Hey, John, this is Sean in Chambers. Just doing an audio check. Can you hear me or say I can hear you if you can?
Yeah, I got you.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
We got like 1 minute. You want to queue it up? Oh, I'm going to log into the Zoom meeting as well.
Recording in progress.
All right, it's 1 o'clock, so I'm going to call the meeting to order for Tuesday, April 18th. I did that with authority because I poked my head in here last week. Councillor Hughes knows there was a grade 6 class and the kid sitting in the mayor's chair was having fun with the gals. Oh, it is a pleasure being the mayor, I guess. So welcome everyone to Tuesday, April 18th, 2023. Attendance at the start of the meeting is 100% with Councillor Jolly attending on Zoom. I need a member of council. Councillor Mackay, go ahead to make the motion to adopt the agenda.
That the April 18th, 2023 agenda be adopted as presented.
All right, I know of no other changes, so I will call for the vote. Voting's closed. Passes unanimously. We have people in the gallery today, which is always exciting. Sometimes we sit here by ourselves wondering who's listening. The beginning of the month, I proclaimed National Poetry Month for the month of April. And as Zach knows, we would have the poet laureate come and speak at that one meeting. But I thought this year, why don't we have some every council meeting? And so we've got our former poet laureate, Zach Polis here. So why don't you come down to the mic, Zach? I have to say I messed up last week. We had Ari. Zach, do you know Ari?
Yes.
She did a wonderful poem for our committee, but of course I heard Zach and I thought, oh, it's you. I was so excited, but I think I corrected that one. So thank you for coming back. You prepared something for us?
I have.
All right. And why don't you just give us a little update of what you've been up to?
Well, I just got back from London,
Nice.
doing a screenwriting program, and I've got Columbia University on the horizon. So,
Good for you.
all of that. And then I've got this lovely little poem to read today.
Do you
So,
think being poet laureate had, what was that now? 4 years ago? More than that, maybe.
2018 to 2020.
Okay. Do you think that helped your career path?
Absolutely.
That's good to hear.
Yes.
Yeah.
I like literally, I tell a long-winded story to anyone who wants to hear it. I'm like, okay, because of this, then this happened, and then this happened, this happened. And it's like it's a 45-minute monologue.
Well, you don't have 45
Inspiration.
minutes
Yeah.
today. But for those of you who have never heard Zach perform, he was our very first poet laureate and set the program off on just a rip roar and start, and it was great. So we missed you in Chambers. So thanks for coming back. It's good to see you. So go ahead whenever
Likewise.
you're ready.
Perfect. Okay, so during the pandemic, I got really good at tending to houseplants, and subsequently got really good at tending to myself and my mental health as well. So this poem is called Plant Talk. It's often said, you are the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. Well, I don't trust humans lately, so that doesn't work for me. And I don't trust average. It's a limiting belief that divides potential. You are the greatness of the 15 houseplants you surround yourself with. That growth is exponential. Houseplants will give you all the love you give yourself. Be a bubble of one. Number 1. Self-talk is all we have. Talking to yourself in third person is the only relationship that matters. If NBA All-Stars can do it, you can do it. Are you hydrated? Are you limber? Are you pointing towards the sun with all of the confidence this light was meant for you? You are my number 1 draft pick. Are you staying hydrated out there? Always remember, Gatorade for a better day. Gatorade for a better day. Electrolytes make the play. My daisies are up before anyone else, breaking through concrete walls at the crack of dawn. It's mindset. My Monstera is rivaling 6'8" and is in talks with the Toronto Raptors. Drake is the official team ambassador for my Begonia Rex and is trash talking the ref. My Oxalis signed a 6-year contract to always play a good game. That's commitment. I hear my cactus on quiet nights. Be who you are. Be who you are, spines and all. I hear he's closing in on completing an aggressive acquisition and merger. Great teams aren't just made, they're purchased. Be the billionaire cactus who finds success in life. It's a tough game out there, but if you take it easy, hustle the system, let others work harder than you ever could, you too can merchandise their accomplishments and call it your sweat equity. My Venus flytrap, who was a little guy, has just stolen the talents of Charles Barkley, Sean Bradley, Patrick Ewing, Larry Johnson, and Muggsy Bogues in a body snatching upset and has gotten much, much bigger. It now plays a mean game of basketball. I'm concerned with how much space it's taken up in my apartment, a real Space Jam. Honestly, I think this plant might be extraterrestrial, but the fans love it. I bet on my orchid to make the opening tip. My rubber plant is on fire, squeaking down the court in its Air Jordans. My ZZ plant zips and zags. My creeping vine has an unguardable sidestep, and my air plant believes it can fly. True, my philodendron dried out in the second quarter, but made a spectacular comeback in the fourth. It's anyone's game when you believe in yourself, and we just hit overtime. Perfect, thank you.
Mayor, we can't hear you online.
My mic's not on, sorry. I was just saying that I don't know how he can do it. He always just brings a smile to my face, and we're just super happy that we can give you another opportunity to showcase what you do because it's so great. So thank you for joining us.
so much.
Yep. Space Jam. All right, we also have a friend to council that we all know quite well. Terry Sothart has registered to speak, Executive Director of Out Loud. Where'd Terry go? Oh, there he is. Are you speaking, Terry? Are you going to put the crew up? Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, I just wanted to introduce both myself and Becca. I'm Terry Sothart of the Out Loud Foundation, and this is Becca, one of our outreach workers. She's going to start off, and then yeah, we've got a couple of different things to show you.
I'll warn you, my part is going to be a bit of a bummer. I am one of 3 staff at Out Loud, 2 of which are full-time. You're probably used to seeing Kelsey at these things, but they are triple booked this afternoon and we're spread pretty thin. On group nights, we get an average of about 60 kids through our doors, which is a pretty intimidating ratio of 1 to 20. Over 50% of these kids exhibit high-risk behaviors, including suicidal ideation and self-harm. Currently, St. Albert is facing a youth suicide crisis, and we aren't the only ones noticing. We've had several conversations with St. Albert Public and St. Albert Catholic regarding how in crisis the youth are. In response to this, we were one of the key players in getting the grant for the new youth suicide prevention coordinator, who is absolutely incredible and has identified Out Loud as being the most in need of her services. She spends a lot of time with our kids. We have over a dozen kids who have attempted suicide in the last 12 months. And even more who are desperate to keep their friends alive and who at only 12 years old have had to call 911 on a suicidal friend. I can cite a million studies about how important prevention is when it comes to mental health support spending and how having just one safe adult in these youth's lives reduce their likelihood of attempting suicide by 66%. I see every day just how feeling supported, validated, and loved literally saves these kids' lives. But we're doing it with very few resources, and St. Albert's kids are starting to slip through the cracks. One piece of hope at our most recent group, a number of our kids told us they recently hit important milestones around being self-harm free, and they credit Out Loud for that. If you want to hear more, I'm always happy to speak to anyone about our amazing kids and how wonderful they are. I would also invite you to speak with the professionals who volunteer to support our groups and see the impact that we have.
Perfect. Thanks, Becca. Yeah, I guess I'm just here to bring back something that we had talked about before. And we do get St. Albert help, right? We get a lot of great help from council and from FCSS and from various other arms of St. Albert, and it's a big help. The problem, I guess, that we're having right now is that post-COVID, the kids came out of it, I guess, in much worse situation than they were before. These are the kind of kids that are normally in the basement playing video games, that kind of thing, fairly recluse. And then, of course, for 2 years, they got thrown back into that situation with very little support. And like Becca was saying, the school boards have done all that they could. I think St. Albert has done all that they could. But we're just running into a situation now where we've got more than ever, you know, more difficult kids, more kids, you know, in a difficult situation, more youth, more families. And of course, we're the only programs that do under 12 in the whole province. So there's nobody else taking that. And it's not that we get kids from Calgary or from Grand Prairie, but that's only because they can't get here. Otherwise they would come. And of course, what I want to bring this up to is that these are St. Albert kids. It's not like there's, you know, kids from everywhere else. So what I'm proposing today is we need about $50,000 this year. I've got 9 other grants on the go. And if those ones come in, then we'll be in a whole lot better situation. But for right now, we're in a bit of trouble. And the thing that I want to be able to show you is how the youth talk about out loud and what they're looking for. So Sean, maybe if you can show what we've got.
Out Loud gives me a place that I finally feel safe being who I am and where I can actually express how I feel.
It kind of feels like I have, if something kind of feels like a second home, kind of. Yeah. Yeah. It has people who I know care about me and I care about them and all that. So it feels like if something doesn't work out at home, I can talk about it here.
Thanks, everybody. We would have, of course, 60 kids here, but they're all in school and stuff. So yeah, we couldn't have that, but
You've got their
we do have
support.
some support for sure.
Yeah. Obviously. Questions, or you can take
Yeah, you
questions? Okay. Councilor Mackay, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Some of them don't look like kids up there, though. Oh, well, yeah, okay, some. I guess, Chair, thanks for coming and thanks for the presentation. So you mentioned a figure, 50,000. Is that ongoing funding? Is that one-time funding and to help out in a crisis? What's the 50,000 for that you're asking?
You
Is it for
betcha.
a specific
So,
program that will?
specific, I guess, people is what we need, because we've got 2 full-time staff, 1 part-time staff. And we need to have that part-time staff be full-time, and then we need also 1 more person, just because there's just too much to do and not enough time to do it. Yeah, and then of course, we've got mostly everything else that we need. We just need another body to be able to handle the workload. You know, like as Becca said, Kelsey's doing 3 things today, 3 different meetings or whatever, kind of one on top of the other. You know, this is our second meeting or whatever today, so we're doing as much as we can, and the staff is volunteering a lot of time as well.
Yeah, great. I'm just a question in relation, do you cooperate or coordinate with the city programs or city community? And also any other, like, I know where you're physically located. Do you work at all with the Family Resource Center at all as well?
Yeah, yeah, you bet. So we're actually in the same building as a Family Resource Center. Yeah, and with that, we try to do as much as we can with them, but they're a little bit younger, of course, kids. So our young group deals a little bit with them, but our core group, of course, is our youth, which is 13 to 17, and then we've got young adults, which is 18 and up. And then, of course, we've got like our family programs, Affirming Dads, we've got our PFLAG group, all of those kinds of things. So, yeah,
Yeah, but then so how do you coordinate with the city programming?
I'll let you do that one.
So we run a number of programs out of the St. Albert Public Library and work with them quite closely. Sometimes some of their lovely folks come and help out with our groups. We also work quite closely with Laura, the aforementioned youth suicide prevention coordinator, as well as Bent Arrows spoke in the Family Resource Center, who volunteers with our kids all the time. So really any professionals who offer their time, we will gladly accept their help anywhere it's offered.
Councilor Bermansky, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for appearing here today. It's wonderful to hear all of this. The questions I have, you said that you're one of the only groups that dedicate help under age 12. Why is that?
It's mostly about parental consent. We fall into a fun little loophole of drop-in programming. So we're kind of the only ones who can manage it and make it work. So we have, parents who drive, hours and hours every group night. We have a parent coming tonight from Gibbons, some from Fort Saskatchewan. Like Terry said, if people from Calgary could reach us, they would. It's really, trying to navigate that issue of drop-in and programming and parental consent.
Okay, and you mentioned that you have as young as 5 in your group. So these children find you through their parents, or how do they?
Yeah, so the juniors, they're too young to drive. So they all come, either their parents or guardians drive them, or they come with their friends. With the youth, some of them are more able to, come even though they might not be safe at home because they can get themselves there. But yeah, the juniors are all there with the support of their parents.
Okay, and how many volunteers do you have?
We have a running list, my coworker page over there, around 30.
Okay. Excellent, thank you.
Yep. You mentioned grants. You're filling out a bunch of. So if you get all the grants, do you still need the city's 50,000, or is that 50,000 above what you think the grants might bring in?
If in an ideal world, if we got all of those grants, we'd have enough money for like the next 2 years. But like we just got turned down by a bank last week. Same kind of thing with we've got something into the Stollery. Of course, haven't heard from them. When I said, we've got 9 other grants on the go. If those ones come in, it would be great. But I would think we're probably lucky if we get 1 or 2 more. So this money is essential for us right now, and we're hoping to put in more grants as the year goes on, because the year's pretty young. And then I think that we will be fine for next year, and we're looking to get more corporate sponsors is the plan, which hasn't been going as well after COVID, but we're hoping to be good after that.
Okay. So let me just understand this. So the 50,000 would be to hire more people.
Yep.
1 probably.
1.
Yeah.
Like 1.5. Kind of
Yeah,
thing.
okay. So that's the total budget you need. And so if you got a grant for 10, you might only need 40 from the city. You got another grant for 8, we're down to 32. Is
Yes.
that okay.
Yep.
Might be a question for staff, but maybe does the city offer grant writing support?
Yes.
Because that's
we've
a job in itself.
Yeah,
just
we've been
writing
doing
these
that with
grant.
Amy.
And so
Uh,
you're getting help from the city on that
Yep.
front. Perfect. Okay. Fundraisers? What are you
You
guys
bet.
doing for fundraising?
Yeah, we do, the drag shows, we do, St. Albert Pride. Yeah, we have a few different ones going on. We're probably planning a gala for for next, winter. But of course, all of that stuff is great, and it's coming up, but it's right now that
Okay.
we're stuck.
And you get FCSS funding.
Yep,
Do you get outside agencies funding as well?
yep.
Okay, so you're
Gotcha.
accessing both of those. Okay. All right. Oh, last question is on Friday, when I saw you, you were talking about space needs. You didn't mention that today, but I figure I should just ask you now. So what's the plan and can the city maybe help you find suitable space? Because they spoke at my Rotary Club on Friday and mentioned that they need more space because there's 60 kids, 20-to-1 ratio frequently. So where are we on that front?
You bet. So the space is, I guess, the next thing that we need to deal with. This is the
This
first
is the
thing.
more urgent.
Yeah,
Okay.
just being able to handle all of the kids that we do have. And like you say, whenever we get 60 kids in one space, it is too many. And so we're looking to move to a different place. And we do have one of the grants is there, but right now our rent is 33,000. And the only place that we can find so far that would be a little bit bigger, it's only 1,000 square feet bigger, is 107,000 a year. So it's, if anybody has a space, we would love to rent that from whoever has a decent sized space. But yeah, the reality is that's where the real estate market is. And yeah, we're just trying to get government or any funds to help get there.
And I think we might be able to help, not pay for the space, but help find space as well, for
For
sure.
sure, yeah, we love that.
Yeah. You'll take whatever help you get.
You bet.
All right, process, Councillor Hughes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So just regarding the total money, so the 50,000 would be 100% coverage of the 2 employees or the 1.5 employees, or would it be a partial coverage?
It would be 100% of one employee, basically. Yeah,
Okay.
because it's like $47,840, I think. Is
Okay,
what the what the actual pay would be.
okay. Because I'm just thinking about the city policies, and the policy isn't that we ever cover 100% of any employee. It was, I think it's, Mike's saying 50%, he's on the committee. So I'm just trying to figure out if you're looking for one employee or more than one, because just with our own policies, even if we were to follow them, we wouldn't
For sure.
typically fund the full amount.
Yep. So our first thing is Paige, actually, who is here, is our part-time employee, and we need to top her up so that they're on full-time. And then we need another one on top of that. And we do have some funding for that, both from the city, from I guess different sources. So it wouldn't be that whole amount. And then we do need to be able to start out that person with a laptop and that kind of thing.
So was this brought up during the budget when you guys last fall, or was this not on your radar last fall?
We actually did ask for 4 from FCSS funding, and there just wasn't enough, right? So we were very blessed with what we've got, but the need has changed exponentially.
Okay, so things have changed between, I guess, last October and
Oh, yeah,
now.
yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That's it.
And process wise, we do have policies, but any money is outside of policy right now because it's outside of the granting cycle. And it would be a one-off kind of thing.
For sure.
I did mention to Terry last Friday morning that we need to, as a community and as elected officials, start advocating to our current government to increase FCSS funding. That would then allow us to have more to give all of the groups, but
Definitely, yeah.
so process wise, we're not going to make a motion right now and give you $50,000.
Okay.
I know that would have been the dream, walking out of
That would
here
be
with a
ideal.
big check. Process wise is council's heard. They might want to do a little bit more research or conversation. Questions of our staff are coming up still. And then it would take a motion of council to, grant 5, 10, 15 or 50, whatever we,
Perfect,
a
yeah.
member council sees
Okay.
appropriate. So that's the next steps. So just letting you know that. Okay.
Sounds good. Yeah, contact us for anything, and we appreciate the opportunity.
All right. Say hi to Mia and Natalie for me.
Sounds good. Thank you very much.
See ya.
Okay.
You might want to stick around. You might just stick around because there might be some questions of our administration. If not, I don't know, but that is the next part of our agenda. So I'm gonna open that up, council. Any business arising from either Zach's poem or Out Loud's presentation? Go ahead, Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. Hi, Mr. Fletcher. I don't know if Anna's around or who would answer these questions. But what I'm wondering, I think that all the outside agency money was spent plus some. But the FCSS money, did we use up that full pot? Do we know? Maybe you might know, Mike, because you're there, but I can't.
I don't see her online.
I can answer that if I may.
Thanks,
Councillor
Elizabeth.
Hughes through Mayor Herron. Yes, we did allocate the full amount of FCSS funding that Out Loud was eligible for.
Okay, perfect. Okay, I'm just looking to see what were the.
Elizabeth, the provincial government did throw a few pennies more into the FCSS pot, $5 million. What does that take our St. Albert allocation up to? Do you know?
We haven't received our updated agreement. We're expecting that a little bit later in April. So we'll know in a few weeks.
Okay. I think it really is just going to cover cost of living increases because it hasn't had an increase since 2015, but it's worth it. All right, no more questions? All right. So that's it for questions. Give us a chance some time to mull this over and we'll see where we can go from that. Okay. Okay, thanks guys. And it's nice to see so many people here in support. That's really nice. Yeah. All right, moving on. Excuse me. Consent agenda is next. And then we're going to go straight to 8.1 and 8.2, which are time specific. So I'll just get the consent read in. It's just a couple of things because one of them was removed. So I need Councillor Hughes, go ahead.
Okay, that the recommendations in the following agenda reports be approved. 6.1, regular council meeting minutes, April 4th, 2023, and special committee of the whole meeting minutes of April 4th, 2023, and 7.1, standing committee of the whole item, 10-year capital growth additions.
You have Service Place financial report on there.
That got pulled by
I know,
Mike.
but I see it
would have
on
if
the
he had.
screen, so I want to make sure it's gone.
Perfect, thank you.
There we go. Call for the vote. Voting's closed. And that passes unanimously. All right, we're skipping ahead to 8.1, excuse me, which is our auditor's year-end communication. Diane, are you introducing anything or do you want me to go straight to Mr. Jacobs?
Thank you, Mayor Herron. Yes, we have Sheldon from KPMG who's going to provide the auditor's communication.
All right, we'll go straight to you, Mr. Jacobs. Go ahead with your presentation.
Good afternoon.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see everybody. I am going to, did that work? Did I share my screen with you?
It should work.
Here we go. Let's try that. Okay.
Yeah, we see it.
Okay, good. So good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. Last time I spoke with council was back in October when we presented our planning report. So pleased to say today that I'm on behalf of KPMG, or external auditors. I plan to give you some highlights on our findings that came from our audit of the December 31st, 2022 financial statements for the city. So before I jump into the actual presentation, I just want to provide a status update as a whole in terms of some of the various pieces of work that we do for the city as a result of your and in conjunction with your financial reporting for 2022. So we've completed our external audit of the city's financial statements for 2022. Really all at this point in time is we have a few administrative matters to deal with, and probably the item that's of most significance is the approval of the draft financial statements from council, which I understand will happen this afternoon. We are satisfied that the consolidated financial statements for the city have been prepared and presented, in all significant respects in accordance with the applicable accounting framework for municipalities. We've also completed our work in respect to the municipal financial information return, which is submitted to Alberta Municipal Affairs, the FCSS revenue and expenditure schedules, which are audited every year. And we've also reviewed a copy of the city's draft annual report. And so there's no additional matters for us to report on those items. And the document that I'll walk you through here shortly will largely be focused on the city's financial statements. The other item that we do address during the course of our audit is we also are engaged separately to audit the financial statements of the library board, and that audit is complete. The accounts of the library board, as you know, do get consolidated within the city's financial statements, and our reporting to the library board was completed effective March 15th of this year. So that audit is done and in the history books. So I'm just going to flip here to the slides that I have. And I'll just speak to slide number 4 briefly. So slide number 4, this is information that was all provided to council in advance of today's meeting. So I'll just touch on the high points. For council's benefit, slide number 4 does provide a bit of a roadmap in terms of the topics and the key areas that we do communicate with council on an annual basis. And then the supporting slides do follow. So as I mentioned, in terms of the audit, it's substantially complete at this point in time. We plan to sign off our audit as of today's date. There is no significant items that came up during the course of the audit that we did not previously anticipate. We did have one item that was corrected in the draft financial statements, which we'll speak to shortly. And other than that, I'll just talk about a couple items that impact fiscal reporting for fiscal 2023, which I think are items that are important to have on the radar screen. So just moving to slide 6, as I mentioned, we did identify one audit adjustment during the course of our audit, and that related to the initial bookkeeping of the lands and the roads that were annexed from Sturgeon County during 2022. Administration had originally recorded this transaction at the estimated fair value of the assets that were received by the city. However, under the relevant accounting guidance, the transaction should have been accounted for at either the estimated carrying amount or the carrying values that were previously within the accounting records of Sturgeon County. The estimated fair value was fairly significant just because the assets being land and roads were either acquired or developed by the county a number of years ago. So there was a difference between approximately $17.4 million difference between the fair value, the approximate fair value of those assets and the book value of those assets that were carried in Sturgeon County's accounting records. So this was an item that did come up during the course of the audit, and we did discuss and work through with administration. The item was corrected in the draft financial statements before they were completed. So the draft financial statements that have been provided to council do include the appropriate amounts for the annexation lands and related infrastructure. So slides 6 and 7 and 9 of our presentation do deal with this matter. I'll just fast forward here to slide 9. During the course of our audit, we also address and get an understanding of the cause for such adjustments. We did look at the internal controls that the city has in place and are comfortable that the controls that exist around financial reporting for such items are appropriately designed. However, in this case, we did note that the controls weren't effective and that this item didn't get detected earlier in the audit process. This is not an everyday common transaction that the municipality has dealt with. So it was something that did require further research and investigation in terms of what was the applicable accounting guidance relative to the transaction. So the matter was addressed and, like I say, corrected in the draft financial statements. It was really limited to the initial bookkeeping for the transactions. It didn't have a pervasive impact on the financial statements, and nor did it have a pervasive impact on our audit work. So with this matter being corrected in draft financial statements, we don't have any further items to report with respect to this item or any of the other items that we did deal with during the course of the audit. So for all intents and purposes, it was a relatively clean audit. Moving on to pages 10 and 11. Annually, we will update any recommendations that may have come out of our audit with respect to items that we believe administration should address in future periods. So we had two items that arose from past periods, one related to capital budgeting, which is discussed on slide 10, and the other relates to the measurement of contributed tangible capital assets, which we've detailed on slide 11 in the package. These recommendations were addressed during fiscal 2022 to the extent practical within the context of the city's budgeting practices. And as a result of that, we are satisfied that administration's current response to these matters is appropriate, and we do not plan to raise them in future periods. Moving on to slide 12, I alluded to at the beginning of in my introductory comments that there's a number of accounting changes that are actually coming for municipalities in Canada over the course of 2023 and 2024. One of the more significant items we've identified here on slide 12 is in relation to what we call asset retirement obligations. And again, this is a new standard which all government organizations at various different levels will have to deal with in fiscal 2023. And it's relatively significant in the fact that it deals with the end of life of a tangible capital asset. So maybe to give you an example, if a municipality owns a building, and municipalities own a number of buildings, and that municipality, and this is sort of the classic example that everybody's using right now, but there's a lot of other potential areas where this can creep up in. But if that building has asbestos in it, at some point in time when that building is no longer in service, that asbestos needs to be removed and needs to be disposed of. And there's going to be a cost associated with that. What this new accounting standard says is that if such costs do exist, there's a legal obligation on the government to deal with the removal costs associated with retiring the asset. That liability actually should be measured and should be recorded at an earlier point in time in the life cycle of the asset. So theoretically, if you were to buy a building today which had asbestos in it, which hopefully that wouldn't be the case, but if you were to buy a building today that has asbestos in it, you would have to set up a liability for the future removal of that asbestos at the end of the life of that asset, or at any other point in that life of that asset if there was a legal obligation to do so. So basically what's going to happen with all levels of government during 2023 is, and specifically with respect to the city, is you're going to have to inventory the assets that at some point in time will be retiring, and whether or not there's any retirement obligations that are legally required associated with those assets. Then those obligations need to be measured. And to the extent that they could be material to the financial statements, those obligations need to be brought onto the balance sheet of the government. So that's sort of a snapshot of this new accounting standard. Again, there's some other ones that are coming into play as well that are disclosed in the financial statements and the notes of the financial statements. But this one's probably the most significant because it's going to involve personnel from the legal group, personnel from your asset management and operations team, as well as the finance folks, that all get on the same page to figure out, to what extent there could be any material liabilities associated with these asset retirement obligations that need to be considered for reporting in fiscal 2023. And then ultimately, our audit plan in 2023 will also have to incorporate this item into our planned work and our schedule to ensure that to the extent that there are any material liabilities, that we are also putting the appropriate degree of audit attention on those for fiscal 2023 and going forward. So that really is a snapshot of the highlights that are in this document. There are a couple other slides here that speak to KPMG's audit quality, some of the technologies we use during the course of our audit, and then just some standard communications in terms of our audit report that we'll be issuing on the financial statements. And then annually, we also request from administration a letter of representation, which is basically a letter from the city to KPMG that confirms in writing that the city and its staff have fully cooperated with the audit throughout the course of fiscal 2022, right up to today's date, that any information that we've requested has been provided to us, and that no information has been withheld that should have been provided to us. And that's kind of standard in the course of any audit that we perform. We do get that letter from management from our various clients. So again, those are kind of the key high points. At this time, I would like to thank administration for their efforts to conclude the reporting on fiscal 2022. After today, fiscal 2022 will be in the history books, and also thank them for full cooperation with and during our audit this year. I would really like to appreciate any comments or questions that council may have. I'd be quite willing to entertain those questions at this point if there were any.
Well, thank you so much. I see Councillor Broadhead has a question, but I think as always, I always give the opportunity for our auditors to meet with council in camera if there's a need. So I'll propose that question to you now. I think most of us filled out our audit risk forms and I saw most of them and everybody was quite happy, but I just always offer that opportunity to see if you need to speak with this governing board privately.
No, I don't believe there's a need to do that. The report that was provided to council in advance of today's meeting is a complete summary of our audit efforts and our audit findings.
Right. Not surprised, I just need to ask. Yes. Great, go ahead, Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through to Mr. Jacobs. Certainly thank you for the work that you do in completing this very important work for our community. Just a question, that last little conversation you had around tangible capital assets and the retirement thereof and legal liability for remediating environmental things. I'm assuming these accounting standards extend to the private sector as well, do they?
These accounting standards have been in the private sector for quite a long time, to be honest with you. So, I don't know the exact date, but more than a decade.
Okay, well, that's interesting. So you talk about asbestos. What about contaminated soils? Where
Yes, I'm sorry.
They walk away from a particular old gas station and never sort of remediate it.
Yeah, to the extent that there's a legal obligation to remediate those assets, those will be required to be recorded on the books of whether it was the company that owned the asset or if unfortunately a municipality has inherited that property, those obligations will now need to be recorded. But you are correct, to the extent that those items were material to the financial statements of companies that were operating in that space historically, for the last number of years, those liabilities should have been recorded in their financial statements.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Just, I imagine every municipality has such things that sort of sterilizes a piece of property that you'd like to develop, but you can't because it's a contaminated brownfield. So thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Are there any further questions? No. Obviously a thorough report. Lots of our questions were answered in what was submitted. So I think that's it. We're good. Councillor Jolly, you're good? Where is Councillor Jolly? Can't see her picture. Okay, thumbs up. All right. There is a motion, I'm assuming, related to this. You want to go for it, Councillor Mackay? Okay.
Excuse me, I'll just go to it. That the report titled 2022 City of St. Albert Audit Findings Report provided as an attachment to the April 18th, 2023 agenda report titled Auditor's Year-End Communication be received as information And that administration provide a status update on the audit recommendations as outlined in the report entitled 2022 City of St. Albert Audit Findings Report at the Committee of the Whole in October 2023.
Awesome. Any comments on that?
No, there was no comments.
That's easy.
Well, it's an audit report.
All right, seeing no comments, I will call for the vote. All right, that passes unanimously. Now, Sheldon, you're welcome to stick around, but we're going to move on to Mr. Fletcher's going to do our audited financial statements and annual report. So, Mr. Fletcher?
Thank you very much, Your Worship. If you'll bear with me for 1 second, I'll share my screen. Good afternoon, members of council. Thank you very much. This afternoon, I'll present an overview of our annual corporate report. The annual corporate report, as you know, is a submission to the Government Financial Officers Association, say that 7 times fast, GFOA, which is required by the Municipal Government Act.
Do you want to just put it in slideshow mode? Ken will start to twitch if you don't.
I will start to twitch, actually, if he does. So. All right. Thought I was sure. Right, that's
Does that help to unshare and reshare?
might.
Yeah. Look at me all techie.
Drop this down.
The Zoom picture is hilarious with the everybody hovering over his shoulder.
Yeah.
No, I was thinking. Sean, next step in IT is I feel like there needs to be a TV so administration can see what we see. You know what I'm saying? It down here? Yeah. Something like that, yeah. This always crank in their head. If we can't get it in slideshow mode, I'm sure we'll survive. Oh, well, now we see your notes. That's good. Can he see his notes? Somebody screenshot that. Yay, all right.
So it only gets better from here.
Okay.
So if you'll permit me, I'm going to share some highlights from 2022. Before advancing a particular note, I would like to highlight the creation of our new 4-year corporate business plan. Not only does that represent the list of initiatives that administration serves to guide our activities in conjunction with your council priorities, it also contains our organizational excellence priorities that provide a strong foundation for sustainable and efficient delivery of services. And while we've crafted the plan for the next 4 years, we've also evolved our planning framework and mechanism, which I'm tremendously proud of. The presentation has been broken down into 3 parts. I'll take the first 2 and then I'll pass it off to Brenda Barclay, who will walk us through the audited consolidated financial statements. (2021) saw an increase in permits issued, resulting in a 5-year high. And while that happened, the number of permits issued remained relatively high in 2022, despite a slight increase from the previous year. Generally, this is good news as we look towards the growth of our city. From an assessment growth perspective, while not at an all-time high, growth has steadily increased over the course of the last 3 years to currently sit at 2.09% for year 2022. The assessment growth, as a reminder, is indicative of the city's entire growth, including all new properties added. St. Albert remains committed to the health and well-being of our residents and continues to work with the Government of Alberta and the community writ large and community agencies to provide support and resources to our residents. Some of the programs worth highlighting include our subsidy program, which supports low-income individuals and families in participating in city recreation facilities and programs, as well as local and commuter transit services. In 2022, we saw a significant increase in new households using the program compared to previous years, which is indicative that while households are returning to pre-pandemic activities, there remain economic pressures that are very real. In 2022, an ongoing mental health campaign helped raise awareness of community resources available to residents experiencing mental health challenges, family violence, and sexual assault. In addition, mental health education and training started to rebound from low pre-pandemic levels. The city worked with service providers to launch the Wise Guys pilot, aimed to connect with men and boys in partnership with SAFE, and the Sexual Violence Counseling Project, which was aimed at individuals who have experienced sexual violence or abuse and to support those who support them. The city provides opportunities to divert waste from landfill, including organic waste diversion and our recycling programs. Furthermore, we provide a centralized site where residents can bring yard waste, recyclables, and hazardous materials. Having said that, in 2022, there was a decrease in landfill diversion rates as a result of more organics unsuccessfully being diverted from the landfill, specifically due to more than 30% being contaminated beyond use. This is a trend that we've been seeing from year over year, and of note, the education framework is being actively pursued in order to try and decrease this. In Q1, diversion rates are typically lower because there's less leaf and yard organic waste in the winter months, obviously, and we are now coming out of that and we'll see as an increase. From an environmental programming perspective, the city coordinates annual programming opportunities to encourage environmental stewardship and sound conservation, which in 2022 included Riverfest, Partners in Parks, Weed Warriors events, Bike Month, the Rain Barrel Sale, community tree planting, and neighborhood and school cleanups. As a part of this programming, the city also developed a classroom home energy assessment toolkit for students to test their energy usage at school and home. Some of these events are organized in conjunction with community sponsors and partners such as Riverfest, which saw over 200 volunteers come out to clean up with 90 bags of litter collected and 485 trees planted. 2022 saw a return to in-person cultural events and an overall start, and a highlight start of recovery from COVID. Impressively, the Arden Theatre resumed its events in March of 2022, and over 65,000 people attended performances and events. Of note as well was the 41st International Children's Festival that offered both in-person and virtual experiences to attendees, and the result was over 10,000 tickets sold. Finally, of note, the Walk, Walk, Dance Public Art Initiative was a significant hit with the community and with council, I understand, and made its first ever premiere in Western Canada here in St. Albert.
Bring it back.
For those who aren't aware of Walk, Walk, Dance, you didn't walk down the trail at any time during the summer, but it's consisted of a series of interactive music-making lines on the sidewalk in front of St. Albert Place. And it was so popular that we extended the experience to the end of July, making for a 10-week run of the installation, and resulted in over 9 million notes being played. On the recreation side, we continue to see rebounds to post-pandemic numbers as the number of registered program participants for aquatic, fitness, and recreation continued to climb. Having said that, we are not yet hitting the pre-pandemic levels in terms of our recovery. In addition, registration was hit by the closure of Fountain Park Recreation Center, which we are looking forward to opening later this year. That said, the city is very proud of the major accomplishment resulting in the completion of the Grey Nuns White Spruce Park, which was won multiple awards, including most recently, the last month, the Canadian Association of Municipal Administrators Award for Environmental Leadership and Sustainability. This park created the practice of an integrated art in the city by integrating public art into the infrastructure of the park itself, include the creation of 4 kilometers of trails, outdoor classrooms, 2 viewpoints, and a nature-based play area, in addition to the conservation that comes along with that. I'll now move to your council's strategic priorities as outlined in the strategic plan and provide a brief update on each of them. In 2022, as an overall progress report, the city released a strategic plan with over 44 initiatives. At the end of 2022, 25 projects were on track, 6 projects were delayed, 2 projects stopped, and 8 not yet started. I would like to highlight the 3 projects completed as they were not insignificant. First was the revenue generating infrastructure opportunities. Second was the 911 dispatch model review, which has resulted in a request for proposals. And lastly was the ownership of the community amenities lands, which is tremendous news for all of St. Albert. As we look at your priorities, priority 1, economic prosperity, supports an investment in positive environment that encourages economic growth and the development of new and existing sectors. In 2022, the city engaged key stakeholders, including Indigenous communities, landowners, and the public for feedback on the proposed St. Albert Area West Structure Plan, which is nearing maturation. The city received a grant from the Alberta Community Partnership Strategic Initiatives Program, which has provided the project with support towards key deliverables for regional and sub-regional economic development. Downtown vibrancy seeks to foster a downtown where people live, gather, celebrate, shop, and do business. The city began work to review and update the downtown area redevelopment plan through a prioritization matrix and a jurisdictional scan to reflect best practice and best return on investment. The downtown business stakeholder engagement has resulted in supporting business owners and facilitating a forum to discuss opportunities and challenges in the downtown core. And the city is currently supporting a request for the establishment of a business improvement area in the downtown. For community well-being, we seek to respond to changing demographics, accommodate the diverse needs of our residents, and continue to foster an inclusive community where everyone has an opportunity to fully participate and feel welcome. This includes communicating and engaging in meaningful and transparent ways with the community. The planning for St. Thomas Street mixed housing has kicked off. The land was transferred to Homeland Housing, who the city is partnering with to develop this site. The land for the community amenities site was also secured in 2022, and concept scenarios have been put forward for public input. Significant engagement for municipal naming occurred with discussions at the theater, as well as workshops in various St. Albert schools and outreach to invited Indigenous groups and organizations to participate in the focus groups and provide input. Adapting to a changing national environment seeks to build resiliency that allows the city to prepare for and respond to climate change and ensure the vitality of our land, river, natural resources, and resilient infrastructure for future generations. Waste minimization strategies were identified in 2022, and the final report will be finalized this year. These strategies will seek to take advantage of innovative environmental and conservation opportunities, including single-use item reduction, education, and efforts. The Clean Energy Improvement Program was launched and had overwhelming interest. In the first day, the financial threshold for energy efficiency upgrades was reached, and in fact, the demand was significantly beyond that. The Home Energy Grant was also launched and received over 40 enrollments. Finally, the Green Environment Long Range Strategy, significant progress has been made towards the production in 2022 with a completion draft of implementation plan and related strategies to occur this year. Finally, priority 5, financial sustainability. In addition to our day-to-day efforts to responsibly plan and manage resource prioritization and stewardship, the city undertook a comprehensive review of options for the 911 dispatch in 2022, and council directed administration to contract the secondary public safety answering point and fire dispatch to an external service provider. We are proceeding with exploring options for potential service providers to ensure the required services and service levels are maintained before a final decision is made. The city completed work on the revenue generating infrastructure opportunities and ultimately closed off the exploration of the solar farm Badgerlands based on the economic prospects. With your indulgence, I will cease sharing my screen here and turn it over to Brenda Barclay to complete the presentation.
Do you want to take questions on the corporate business plan and progress and then do the financial
We absolutely
separate?
can if you prefer.
Yeah, it might be easier. Just keep it all separate. So I'll open it up for questions on Mr. Fletcher's overview of our priorities and what progress we've made. If not, we can go straight to financials. We're good? All right. Quiet group today.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I will just take a moment and share my screen. And I can also be technically challenged here. Just a minute, share. Okay, from beginning. Are we seeing that? There we go.
Perfect.
Perfect. Okay, good. Good. Thank you. Next. Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor and members of council again. I'm here this afternoon to present the 2022 audited consolidated financial statements, which are included in the annual report, along with supporting notes and schedules. These consolidated statements include the city operations, its utilities, the library, and the Arts and Heritage Foundation. The city's financial position in 2022 remains strong, with net financial assets at 92.8 million. These net assets consisted of the city's financial assets of 273.7 million, less its liabilities of 180.9 million. The city also has non-financial assets, which include tangible capital assets, prepaids, and materials and inventories of materials and supplies totaling just over 1 billion. This has resulted in an accumulated surplus or municipal equity of approximately 1.3 billion. This accumulated surplus is not an operating surplus, but an accumulation of the city's assets over time. I will now break this down a little more in the next few slides. In 2022, the city's financial assets increased by 26.3 million from 2021. This increase can be attributed to the following areas: a net increase in cash and cash equivalents and investments of 32 million. This was due to funds received for debt financing and then invested into longer-term portfolios as well as short-term maturities. This was offset by a decrease in accounts receivable of 6.1 million, mainly due to timing of cash received in 2021 for investing in Canada's infrastructure program and the Alberta Municipal Solar Program. This slide shows a more detailed breakdown of cash and investments. 48 million was sitting in 0 to 90 days, which consists mainly of cash and cash equivalents. What that means is cash equivalents is made up of high interest savings accounts and investment accounts, and 30 million in short-term investments. So that's 91 days to 1 year. And then there was 180 million in our long-term bond portfolios ranging from 1 to 10 years. The city staggers the investment maturities to ensure cash availability for both short and long-term cash needs. Our short-term investment average rates range from 1.2% to 6.3%, while long-term investments ranged from 1.55% to 4.25%. On the liability side, we had 180 million in liabilities, which is a $23 million increase from 2021 due to the following areas. Long-term debt was issued for 3 significant projects in 2022 of 26 million. Of 26 million, which was then offset by debt repayments of 10.6 million. Sorry, I was just reading my slide. It said 18 million, but that was the offset. So 26 and then debt payments of 10. So it brought us down to 18. Deferred revenue increased by 5.5 million due to the timing of MSI funded capital projects. And accounts payable and accrued liabilities was down slightly by 2 million, due mostly to timing of vendor payments. I'll just go into a little bit more detail on our debt outstanding. So at the end of 2022, we had 91.3 million in debt. In the past year, we took out 26 million, as I mentioned, on the following 3 projects: additional debt for community amenities and Range Road 260 of 4 million, additional debt for North St. Albert Trail of 7 million, and additional debt for Ray Gibbon Drive of 15 million. Currently, our current debt limit for 2022 is 320 million, and we've only used 94 million of that, which is 29% of our provincial limit. And our debt servicing limit is, at the end of December 31, was 53 million, and we've only used 10 million of that, which is 20% of the provincial limit. Now over to the city's non-financial assets. These increased by 47 million from 2021. And this increase is largely due to the increase in tangible capital assets, or TCA. The majority of the TCA balance is made up of buildings, engineered structures, and land. Buildings increased by 13.3 million due to the completion of Fire Hall 1. Engineered structures increased by 51.5 million. This was from things like developer contributed assets of 18.2 million for South Riel, Riverside Developments, Jensen Lakes, and Northridge, as well as 12 million for Ray Gibbon Drive. Land improvement also increased by 8.5 million due to developments such as Meadowview Drive of 2.6 million, North St. Albert Trail of 1.3, and the Sturgeon annexation of 1.1. Overall, the city's accumulated surplus or municipal equity increased by 50.3 million from 2021 to 2022. The majority of accumulated surplus is made up of just over $1 billion in equity and TCA. This is your TCA, less depreciation, less debt. And then there was 176 million in reserves. These reserves include both operating and capital reserves. The statement of operations and accumulated surplus shows the city's revenue and expenses on a consolidated basis. The top portion of the statement focuses on the consolidated operating revenues and expenses of the city, which resulted in an annual deficit before capital revenue of 2.8 million. Then you add in the city's capital revenue of 53.2 million, which includes TCA, developer contributions and levies, and capital government transfers. This brings you to a balance or an annual surplus of 50.4 million. Some of the more significant capital revenue that was received was the MSI funding of 8.8 million, the Canada Community Building Fund, which was formerly the federal gas tax transfer of 7 million, and the Investing in Canada Infrastructure or ISIP of 2 million. This annual surplus of 50.4 million is different than your operating surplus that you saw in February, as this includes capital revenue and some non-cash items such as amortization and contributed assets. We have also consolidated the library and the AHF financial results into these numbers. In conclusion, the city ended 2022 in a strong financial position, due to being fiscally responsible and proactive to reduce expenditures and address reduced revenues. The more detailed variance and explanation on the functional departments can be found in the fourth quarter report that was presented to Council on February 14th. This concludes my presentation, and I will now take any questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you for that. Maybe be lucky and we'll have a quiet council questions. Right, opening it up. Anyone have any questions of Brenda for the financials? What the? That's a broad head.
I was going to make, I don't know who's going to move the motion. I'd be more than happy to do that, but it's amazing every year that we come and we hear how.
Is this debate?
Well, nobody was going to say anything, so I figured I'd say something.
See, I don't see any questions. Go ahead, move the motion.
Okay.
Yeah, and then I know what you're going to say, but I think.
All right. That the city's 2022 annual report, including the audited consolidated financial statements for the fiscal year ended December 31st, 2022 be approved.
Awesome. Please continue.
Now I can say, it's an amazing thing to live in a community that's so well run financially. You know, I know that we, as a council, deliberate long and hard around annual budgets, and it's the last one was particularly difficult, and I think we'll have a couple of difficult years to come. But despite our wrestle with it, I can honestly say that this community is well run financially. I'd like to take some credit for that as a council as a whole, certainly not me personally, but as a whole, I think there's been some strong work in that regard. But I think most of the credit goes to, if not all, goes to our administration in this regard. So just want to thank you for the report and the hard work. And Mr. Fletcher, thank you for your presentation. It's always a joy to sit here and hear how things are going. It'd be interesting to see our landfill diversion rate go back to where it was and encourage everybody to not to be you know, there's some fatigue, I think, that falls in over time. And we need to persevere if we're really going to be those economic and environmental warriors that actually really do the work to divert our junk from the landfill. So
For sure.
anyway, that's my comments. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Hughes.
Yeah, thank you. I want to just acknowledge staff for the amount of work that's involved in both these presentations. It's brought forward very well. Bill, sometimes this can be quite dry to read, and I think you could actually probably read a telephone book and make it sound a little interesting. So that's pretty good. And Brenda, I know you went off the screen now, but that was very well explained. I think just for the general public to understand the differences between all the different reserves and debt. So I appreciated that. That was well done for just people trying to understand what all those numbers actually mean. I also just want to acknowledge the amount of debt that we have. We're at what you said, 91.3 million, and we have 2 more projects we're about to approve between Snabbert Trail Phase 3, and then today for another $21 million. So that debt number is really climbing. I think we'll be closer to 130 in short order, which is a very different number than we had when I started this a long time ago, 10 years ago. But so certainly I understand we have a debt management plan coming, and I definitely think that that's foresight to recognize that we want to make sure we address the issue before we go into a situation where we're almost in emergency mode, trying to figure out how we're going to manage all this, because we do just have a lot of needs as the city's growing. But I do want to thank you again for the work that's been put forward to this. It's all been put forward very straightforward, and it seems like a very simple package, but I know behind the scenes, there was hundreds of hours put forward to make sure this works. And also just to acknowledge with the audit, I mean, they said it was a very straightforward audit response. And that's always a good sign when you actually don't find a lot of flags, and the only things that were was from an anomaly. So well done on that as well. That's it. Thank you.
Councillor Killick.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd just like to recognize that, again, a great audit report. And when we have no questions, it's not really, it's because we were paying attention, but it was such a good news report that there were no questions to ask. Just in respect to meeting council priorities, you know, bang on the money, right? We're tracking them. They're important to council. So it's great to see them all listed out and essentially in red or green, with the exception of 2 small ones that were taken off our to-do list. So I think the other critical thing to note, in particular for residents, is that the city is a 1.2 or 1.3 billion dollar corporation. When we look at all of our assets, our debt, our financial position, you know, I don't think most residents realize what it takes to run a company, a city that is $1.3 billion. That's billion with a B. And yeah. So it's important that we recognize the great work that all of our staff do to make that happen. And in particular, report very strict rules around how we report and track and manage that money, and the importance of it as it is taxpayers' money. So congratulations on the report and meeting all of the council objectives and priorities, and on a great report on behalf of residents, and how we manage their money, I think is very important to recognize. So kudos to the big team that does that, and job really well done. Thank you.
All right. I see no more comments. Anything to close, Councillor Broadhead?
Nothing further, Madam Mayor.
I'll call for the vote. Voting's closed. That passes unanimously. So that's it for our time specific. I'll quickly jump back. In the agenda, 6.1 was approved on consent, which was the minutes from our regular council meeting of April 4th and our special council meeting on Millennium Park at the same day. We had a recommendation coming out of SCOW that read that administration update the 2024 to 33 municipal growth capital plan to include the project briefs provided in the attachments titled Growth Capital Plan Additions. And number 2, that the revised 2024 to 23 municipal capital plan be included in their proposed 24 to 26 business plan and budget, along with funding recommendations guided by the capital prioritization matrix. Next in line is the Service Place financial report. It was on consent, so I'm assuming there's no presentation. Councillor Killick, you pulled it. I'll maybe just go straight to you if that's okay. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I had some questions for administration in terms of I'm trying to just look at the quick sheet of numbers that was presented, and it shows that 2022 our actuals are net expense is under budget for 2022 2.1 million versus 2.6. But my question is that the total deficit that Service Place runs on an annual basis, or is that just the 2.6? Is that what we budgeted and anticipated it to be?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. In fact, I'll turn it over. I think we've got Stanley Chan up on who can make some introductory remarks, and Danielle Podlubny is available as well. Thank you.
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Killick, the 2.6 budgeted was the called the deficit, or what we need to operate for the for Service Place. The 2.1 was where we ended up for 2022. And if Danielle Lovely has anything to add, just welcome to jump in here.
Thanks. Just through the chair to Councillor Killick, I would echo exactly what Mr. Chan has said, that the 2.6 budget was the projected at budget development social investment into that facility, and the 2.1 is the actual social investment into that facility.
Okay. Still a little bit confused here then. So if we'd have made another $500,000, we would have been a break even from covering all of our operating costs for Service Place. We would have been fully revenue neutral, I guess. Is that we're? I'm trying to understand what the full amount of our operating debt is versus how much money did we actually make and what the total deficit is.
I'll defer to finance on this, but the 2.1 million was what the city essentially put into Service Place over the course of the last year. So that it was a social investment, a subsidy that did not make it. So we would have to make $2.1 million in extra revenue to break even.
Okay, I think that answers the question. That so why would our budget have to break even been 2.6 million for 2022 if
we had forecast that we would have to pay 2.6 million above and beyond revenues in 2022. We ended up paying 2.1 million. So we came in $500,000 below what we forecast we would have had to spend.
Okay, so that means we're running at how much of a deficit, I guess, are we running? Because we only came in at 2.1. So how much is the deficit?
That is the deficit, $2.1 million.
2.1 million is the deficit. Okay, good. It's just, I'm struggling because of the terminology of it, of net expense. deficit is a number I can get my head around, so I appreciate that. And in doing that, have we ever done a benchmark to other similar recreation facilities? And I know it'd be hard to do an apples to apples exact comparison, but is there any best in class standards? So, would say how much a rec facility, what would it normally run a deficit, or could we ever get closer to a smaller deficit?
Perhaps I'll ask Danielle to offer initial comments on that.
Thanks, Mr. Fletcher. Through the chair to Councillor Killick. As you mentioned, it's not really an apples to apples exercise. So comparing the operations of multipurpose rec centers is really a different exercise, but we have done that comparison. And when you look at the social investment into rec facilities, what you could also call the deficit. Typically, most multi-component rec facilities would operate at a cost recovery rate of 65 to 85, 80 to 85% is pretty typical for a multi-component rec center in our research throughout the province. Typically, Service Place in the past pre-pandemic has consistently operated at an 83 to 85% cost recovery rate. This is still us experiencing a recovery through past COVID.
Sorry. Thank you, Danielle. Just to clarify, you said 80, it's been normally operating at 85%?
83 to 85% as Service Place. We've had ups and downs from there, but I would say consistently 83 to 85, and typical to most multi-purpose rec centers, I would say 65 to 80%, depending on the center, what they attribute to those costs. To your point, it's a complex exercise.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that simple clarification. Appreciate it.
Perfect. All right, Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. Okay, so when I saw the report, I appreciated that we had a few more details in it than what was in it in the past. I'm going to be asking for an information request for a few more details. I do want to understand where the money's coming in, where the money's coming out, and a bit more of a category breakdown. So you said that we're at 70%. I'm just like, for some reason, I'm on the wrong page here. You said we're at 70%, I believe you said, for programming from pre-pandemic levels. So is that the number of programs we're offering, or how full the programs are?
Through the chair to Councillor Hughes, that is what we're getting in terms of usage of our programs is about 70% to pre-pandemic rates. We're offering a reduced rate just while that's rebuilding. So it also helps us control escalation of cost in providing those programs.
So are we offering the same number of programs as we were pre-pandemic?
In differing areas, yes. If we were at aquatics, I would say we'd be at a full slate of operation. Aquatics has had a very strong return to service. Fitness, we're offering a little bit of a reduced, just because it's a little bit slower to return. And like day camps, we're back to pre-pandemic rates as well. So some we're offering full scale and some we're offering still a reduced amount as we recover from COVID.
Okay, perfect. And then the sponsorship, how are we doing on that? Is it basically also resumed, or are we below? I know a lot of people have issues with sponsorship right now. How are we doing with the sponsorship? I guess I'm asking for last year, how we're doing now as well. Just, I know we're only so far in, but how are we doing on the general trend?
Sure. Through the chair to Councillor Hughes, on the advertising and sponsorship, we're seeing some consistent turnover of sponsors that we've had in place since opening, but we are seeing a really strong uptake of the business community into our sponsorship and advertising. So we are seeing a strong return on advertising and sponsorship. We are pre-pandemic rates on rentals. We're seeing an excellent return on our rentals and our facility access. We are seeing a slower return in some areas of program, but on the specialized program area, as I've stated, we're seeing a really strong return. And I would say the other one is that we're seeing new trends in membership and day access to our facilities. So our day admissions are actually right now into 23 trending above pre-pandemic for day admissions, but we're still lower on annual memberships. So it's kind of a new configuration we're still figuring out as we kind of learn our new reality after COVID of what people's demands and needs are.
So with the sponsorship, I know you said it's coming back strong. Are we coming back with the same type of numbers now as before, or are we still trying to catch up?
Through the chair to Councillor Hughes, I would say we're still not at pre-pandemic rates, but we're pretty close. We're trending, I would say, about 90% on the advertising and sponsorship front. Things are coming back fairly strongly. And where we have vacant facilities with sponsorship opportunities, we are securing sponsors for those areas with good fluidity right now.
And then you said sorry, I'm guessing that the day use area is, the memberships are higher because the pool is closed. I'm just gonna guess. That could be a big draw.
Through the chair to Councillor Hughes, it's not so much on that because the pool's closed at Fountain Park, but we are seeing that what we're understanding from some local research that's taking place is people are less willing to commit longer term investments into the recreation industry right now. They're spending more making shorter term commitments. So we've seen an upscale in our monthly memberships, but our yearly memberships are a little bit slower on the return, which is more of a consistent revenue source for us. So we want to continue to build that annual revenue base through annual memberships, but we are seeing real strength in our day admission access. So people coming in and paying for a one-day access to facilities, great strength there.
Is that mostly going to fitness or going to the pool though? I'm just thinking there'd be a huge draw to the pool right now.
I would say both through the chair to councillors, both. Our fitness center is up in terms of our usage. We're at 78% of our pre-pandemic usage on the facility. So seeing that return as well as, sorry, that's 80%. And then we're seeing high volumes in our pool as well at Landrex. Yeah.
So we'll see what happens when the other pool opens. It probably will bounce out a little bit. I'm sure that just the new pool, Fountain Park, when it reopens, will just, everyone will want to go there just to see what it looks like, because it'll look pretty cool, is my understanding. The other question I had, just out of curiosity, the rentals, are you doing a lot more summer rentals? Like the ice is closed in the summer, right? So is there a plan, or are we doing more rentals for other uses of that area for summer, or what you doing?
Through the chair to Councillor Hughes, actually at Service Place, we keep 2 ice sheets in the summer. We have a real market for ice usage in the summer through private users, camps, the like. So we do have high usage on our floor plates. And then we convert one to dry floor. So it becomes, Go Auto becomes dry floor for lacrosse, ball hockey, and those kinds of purposes. And then we also see things like the Chamber Trade Show coming through some of our large floor plates as well. Some events that are really trying to pick up access during the summer months.
Okay, you've answered most of my questions. I'm going to think if I have anything else that I might send as an information request after, but thank you for that. I would love to see I don't necessarily want it as involved, but yet the annual report that was in 2016, which to me still seems recent, okay, but so does 2004. Anyway, it did provide just a lot more detail and a bit more highlights, and I'd love to see those highlights in some kind of report when it comes forward next year, both of what you've explained, and then just also, like I think about the library, for example, and they will highlight, this is our showcases of what makes us awesome. And I feel like for Service Place, we aren't showcasing that enough. And so this would be an opportunity for us to say, like, these are the really cool things that we're doing that really add value, and kind of explain to the taxpayers, the justification for the subsidy. So next year when it comes forward, I'd love to just see a bit more detail that comes into that, and just feel free to, like, I guess I'll say, flaunt it of what we're doing and what we're getting right and what we're improving on. I would just love to see that in a bit more detail. So I don't necessarily need the whole thing done up like it was in 2016, 2017, which I think was like 20 pages or something. But certainly if you wanted to give us 5 or 6 or more pages that just gave us an idea of the breakdown of where we're at, and then also what we're doing that should be noteworthy that we wouldn't be mentioning otherwise, I think it would be really helpful. That's it. Thank you.
Councillor Hughes, while you have the mic, do you want to make the motion?
Sure. That the report titled Service Place Financial Report be received as information.
All right, any comment?
I think I just gave them all, so I'll just let it go with that.
All right, anyone else? Seeing none. Oh, Councillor Killick, go ahead.
Yeah, I appreciate the clarification of the financial terminology. And I must admit, when I saw the 2.1 net financial impact words, I appreciate the clarifying that that's, the term deficit. So the backgrounder was the numbers were all there. It was just needing some clarification for my better understanding, and I appreciate that.
You're all good. Okay. You have anything to close?
Yeah, I'm just going to regarding the 2.1 million, Councillor Killick, just when the report came in last year at this time, we could see the discrepancy between what was expected and how we actually bid better. And we modified the taxes to decrease that by almost $400,000, I believe, for this year coming in, to say match what you're doing for our estimate, which also helped us the tax rate. So getting these reports has provided value already. Thank you.
Call for the vote. Vote is closed. Passes unanimously. We are now on to the Sturgeon Reservoir and Sustainable Buildings Policy presented by Regan. Hi, Regan.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm here with Meredith Willisey, our project manager, and Ian Morgan. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah, we sure can. Yep.
Okay, and Ian Morgan, the architect for the project, to discuss the city's sustainable buildings policy with regard to the Sturgeon Heights Reservoir replacement and decommissioning project. This project has a total budget for detailed design and construction of $33.4 million, and it's one of the largest utilities renewal projects that the city has undertaken. Just to give you a bit of an overview, this is the location, the existing Sturgeon Reservoir. Sorry?
You don't see any slides that you're sharing.
Not seeing any slides. Okay. Let me, that's probably better.
Looks like it's coming. I see your screensaver or your, there we go. Yeah.
All right. All right, thanks. So to give you a bit of an overview, this is the existing Sturgeon Reservoir, and the new proposed, currently under construction Sturgeon Reservoir is actually going to be located over here. It's a 24,000 cubic meter concrete water reservoir and pump house, and it'll be constructed in 2023 and 2024. Sorry, just hang on one second. The demolition of the existing partially above ground 23,000 cubic meter reservoir and pump house will take place in 2024. With additional funding from our Water Network LOS RMR budgeting, the project also includes the renewal of 2 water supply lines, one from 1958 and one from 1977, as well as a distribution line from 1977. This is an overview of the pump house itself. Sorry, I guess I could go back just a bit. The reservoir itself has a very large footprint. The pump house itself is much smaller. It's located on this portion of the reservoir. It sits above a portion of the underground concrete storage tank. The total footprint of the reservoir is, I think, 5,200 cubic meters. The above ground footprint of the pump house is 539 square meters. And this includes a 31.5 square meter loading bay that is unheated. And if the loading bay is excluded, the building footprint is 507.5 square meters. And the reason that the square footage is important is because recently it was discovered that based on our building footprint of the planned pump house and the sustainable buildings policy C-P&E 12, this facility requires industry recognized third-party green certification because it is larger than 500 square meters. The policy requires green certification for all city buildings except heritage buildings and those that are less than 500 square meters in size. The policy is not clear whether a non-heated portion of the building, such as the loading bay, would be included or excluded. Normally, these types of areas are excluded from area calculations. So just a bit more overview about the project. With post-COVID inflation and long lead times for materials and equipment, we were actually projecting cost estimates for the project in excess of $40 million. So we opted for an integrated project delivery model, which is a much more collaborative framework than the traditional design bid build. Design and construction, our team for design and construction are compensated for their base costs, even if the project goes over budget. But they only receive profit if the project risks are managed effectively and the project is delivered under budget. So IPD involves considerable upfront planning by the entire team, including the owner, to collectively manage the risks and control the costs. So we actually started an estimated project cost between 40 million and 50 million when you consider and include the risks. And we've been reducing the cost as a result of things like the types of pump we selected, the style of diffusers. We found a way to get value for the excess soil that was removed from the site. It's been $10,000 here, $50,000 there, chipping away at the cost as well as managing the risks. We found significant cost savings in our timing of procurement. We placed our orders for concrete, rebar, equipment, and our generator at the best times possible in order to achieve the best pricing. And we've managed to find cost savings from reconfiguring the building. We've got an external generator instead of an internal generator. We've moved some of the rooms around to reduce the lengths of internal cabling and piping. And we also discovered that we had insufficient on-site storage for all the soil that was being excavated. A lot of that's going to be reused once the reservoir construction is complete. And that would have resulted in some double hauling of the material. So we were able to get a working easement from the neighboring property owner, that's the school board, which eliminated double hauling. And that's actually 6 figures what we saved with that eliminating that double hauling. So we're now estimating the project cost between 30 million and 40 million. But we're, and that 40 million is still considering all the risks to the end of the project. So we made a lot of commitments to the surrounding neighborhood, as you could see in that overview. It's a residential community that surrounds, and this is an existing park area. So with this new design, the concrete reservoir portion is below ground in order to maintain the space above for recreation, as well as to reduce the building sight lines for nearby residents. We removed 8 trees as part of the project, and in their place, we're actually planning to plant 228 new trees of varying species, 354 shrubs, 106 daylilies, and 83 ornamental blue oat grasses. And we're also adding additional lengths of trail, and the entire building will be wrapped in decals with a nature theme. In addition, the adjacent Salisbury Park parking lot is being paved as part of the project because it will become shared use between utilities as well as the public use of the park. And sod is being considered, actually I think I can say planned instead of seed in the recreation areas, so that these areas will be available for use in 2025. So the costs related to all the above have actually account for about $1 million of our total project costs. We've also talk about sustainability. We've designed this facility to last more than 100 years with standard renewal and rehabilitation. The electrical is not going to last that long. There's a lot of components that won't last that long, but the concrete building itself, we expect will last that long. The pumps have been selected to maximize efficiency. The HVAC equipment as well has considered energy efficiency. All the electrical fixtures will be LED. We've got a tankless water heater for heating our water on site. All soil excavated from the site is going to be reused, not disposed of. The construction wood is planned to either be directly recycled or taken to a recycling depot, and more than 90% of the site will be open space following the construction. So I've got a couple of alternate recommendations that I'll start with. So the first one is that we could obtain a third-party green rating certification in order to comply with the sustainable buildings policy. The challenge that we're finding with this is, I'll get into a little bit later, is that none of these green rating certifications specifically target this type of facility, and that's one of the challenges. So we're also going to have additional costs. We're estimating between $50,000 and $1 million in additional cost to the project with that alternative. 50,000 would be to hire a consultant to go through a certification, and that's with very few changes. So we'd end up with very little value in that scenario. And then $1 million scenario, which is probably like a worst case where we end up causing delays to the project. And that's really what would drive some of the costs, is if we ended up having to make some significant changes to our design in these late stages. Neither of those scenarios are attractive, because we would also end up with amenities within the facility that don't really belong in it's basically an unoccupied building. I think about an hour a day we have somebody on site there just to do their rounds and to take water quality samples, but there's not somebody stationed there full time. So it's not like a typical type of building that you're rating for green certification. The second alternative would be to reduce the size of the pump house by 8 square meters in order to be considered exempt from that third-party green certification requirement. And that's based on the interpretation that the loading bay is also excluded. So if we exclude the loading bay and reduce the size by 8 square meters, then we would just be below that 500 square meter footprint. And just to give you an idea, this is where we're at right now. So construction is underway, and we expect to be done the design by May of this year. So we are in the late stages. So it's pretty late in the game when this was identified as an issue. Earlier on in the project, we were below the 500 square meter size, and I think we lost sight of it as the project was developed. We added the electrical room got a little bit bigger. Some of the rooms inside, other rooms got a little bit larger, and now we're above that 500 square meter size. So the recommendation that I'm putting forward is that the Sturgeon Heights Reservoir Replacement and Decommissioning Project be exempt from the third-party green certification requirement identified in the city's sustainable buildings policy. And the considerations that I'm putting forward are The project has incurred significant cost increases due to post-COVID inflation. And as a result, we've opted for an IPD delivery model. And with this model, we really try to eliminate costs that do not provide substantial value. Energy efficiency and building sustainability have already been considered extensively throughout the design of the Sturgeon Reservoir Pump House. Significant costs are additionally being incurred in order to accommodate placement within an existing park area. Adherence to a requirement for third-party green certification would be expected to add cost to the Sturgeon Reservoir project without adding considerable value. And none of the reviewed third-party green certification programs specifically consider this type of facility or a facility that is relatively unoccupied, less than an hour per day on average. Depending on the interpretation, the size of the above ground portion of the pump house building is only slightly larger, either 2% or 8%, depending on the interpretation of the policy, than the 500 square meters that is specified. And I think that's it. So I just finish up with this slide here, just so you can see what the pump house looks like. So I guess I'll open it up to any questions.
Okay, thank you. Drove by, saw the big fence. It does look kind of neat and contained. So that's good. And you mentioned that you have Ian Morgan from Next Architecture on the line to help answer questions.
That's correct.
Okay. And we do have quite a few, so I'll go to Councillor Jolly first.
Mayor, I don't have questions, but I'm happy to make the motion as recommended. So I'll throw that out there.
Oh, okay, for sure. Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you very much. Just a couple of questions. Hopefully they're fairly easy. The 500 square meter, I'm assuming that's a St. Albert determined number and not an industry standard?
That is correct. Through the chair to Councillor Broadhead, that's what's specified in our policy.
Okay, so this is really just an exemption from our own policy to give us leeway not to have to do it for a very small variance. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct. I mean, we've never run into it with lift stations and our smaller utility facilities. This is the first time we've come across it with a larger facility like this for utilities. So.
Okay, fair enough. The only real sort of flag for me was, and maybe you can explain this, is that if we do the third party, irrespective of the recommendation, and at minimum it's 50,000, but the upward level is $1 million, that's a 20-fold increase. Is there something that we might be doing that we're fearful of, or is this just what made happen?
I expect that we would be towards the lower end of that spectrum because, with through IPD, our main purpose and intent is to manage and control costs. But what we might end up with is things that don't really belong in a utility reservoir facility. Like these types of certification programs are really geared towards occupied residential buildings or occupied workspaces. So things like bike parking and storage is you get points for having bike parking and storage. Motion controlled lighting, which we don't want to have because it costs more to maintain. The lights are off 95% of the time. Walkable facility, access to public transit are other considerations. And again, it's a utility reservoir, so somebody drives to the site once a day and just does their rounds. The quality of lighting is something else that's measured. Energy Star appliances, and again, we have no appliances in this type of a facility, and also dishwashers and water efficient washing machines is another consideration that scores points. Again, we can't score points in a lot of the categories because a lot of these certification programs are not geared towards this type of facility. So.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Well, I looked and I couldn't find one either. So there you go. Thank you for that. Those are my questions, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you, Councillor Mackay.
Yeah, I'll be quick because I think maybe you touched on it a little bit in a previous response. So I mean, the 500 meters squared comes out of the sustainable buildings policy. And you said it's not, you have no information as to where that comes from, and that's an industry standard, or have we thought about it amending that policy? Because this is right up unintended consequences all over again.
Says right on the second page that a 2023 review update of the sustainable building policies ongoing. My first question was like, why exempt our own policies? But then they identified the use and the square footage, and that's going to come to us this fall.
Yeah,
Go ahead, sorry, Reagan.
that's correct. I've got nothing to add. I think it'll come before council in the fall. So.
All right, thanks, I appreciate that.
We're good? All right, exempting our own policy. Councillor Jolly, you want to do that?
Yes. If Cheryl could put it in the chat, like she's done for the other ones, that'd be amazing. That the Sturgeon Heights Reservoir Replacement and Decommissioning Project be exempt from the third-party verified green rating certification requirement identified in the Sustainable Buildings Council Policy CP&E 12.
Awesome. Anything to comment on this one?
No, I appreciate administration bringing this forward. I know that we've had discussions about the difference between a green stamp and actual sustainable building practices. I'm happy to see this requirement gone for this project, and I want to hear about how we can remove this for other projects if we're still meeting the same standards. So thank you.
All right. Anyone else on comment? Oh, Councillor Killick.
Yeah, just kind of sum up what I heard. It actually sounds like very positive because we're doing all this other planting around it to make it a green environment. We're replacing the trees. We're still building the building with sustainable standards, with LED lighting, insulation. The building's going to look good. It's going to be wrapped in a nice aesthetic value. So I think while we may not be following the exact letter of our policy, we're still largely following the spirit of the policy. And even if we looked at the numbers, where it's only 2% over the 500 square meters. So it's kind of a mathematical rounding error almost. I would not want to see us either delay the project by spending more money to redesign it, which was one of the suggestions in there, making it slightly smaller to get under the or closer to the 500 meters. Wouldn't want to see us spend money to do that. And I certainly wouldn't want to delay the project. I think those would be counter beneficial to proceeding with a one-time exemption, especially when it's just such a small exemption. So I'm supporting the motion as it is.
Thank you for that, Councillor Brometsky.
Thank you through the mayor to Regan. Just one comment for me. This is one of the best and most responsible plans that I've ever seen presented to us. Like, I mean, the money that was saved and the responsible use of soil and the agreement with the school, it's great. So I hope that this gets finished on time as you're expected, and great job on this one. Thanks.
Perfect. Anything to close, Councillor Jolly?
That's it. Thank you.
All right, call for the vote. Voting is closed. Motion passes unanimously. Question from council. Can we get the Villeneuve Road boring bylaw done quickly, or is a lot of questions? If there's a lot of questions, I'll call break now. If there's not, then I'll just get this done and then we'll call break. Pardon? No. All right, let's get it done and then we'll call for a break. So, Villeneuve Road rebuild boring bylaw 9.1. We have Brenda Barkley.
Hi, yeah, you get me twice today.
Lucky you.
Yeah, lucky me.
Or lucky
So I don't have a lot to present, but I will say this is the second and third reading for the Villeneuve Road rebuild boring bylaw. This is a $21.5 million boring bylaw to rebuild Villeneuve Road. The capital charter for this project was approved at approximately 17 million on December 20th, 2022, includes a 25% contingency. It's important to note that the actual amount borrowed will be restricted to this $17 million, even though the boring bylaw is for the 21.5 million. If you have more specific, say, engineering questions, I think Dean's online as well as Donnie. And that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any questions, Councillor Killick?
Just trying to understand again the financials of this from Villeneuve Road perspective. So we've already built the traffic circle at Denison, and there was a phase one. This is we're looking at phase one B and et cetera. So was there additional budget that was spent on doing the traffic circle that is over and above what we're looking at now?
Maybe I can jump in, Brenda.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
And so, yes, through Madam Mayor, to Councillor Killick. Yes, so the original project was approved for phase one to address phase 1A. And it was a dedicated project and fund to which enabled the initial detailed design and preliminary design. So we accomplished the preliminary design of the entire linear distance of Villeneuve Road, as well as construction of the roundabout and phase 1B, or construction of the roundabout. And that's as far as the approved funding went for scope of work.
So it is the budget, is there a remaining budget to finish off some of that work around that traffic circle and the traffic circle over by Walmart? Because it said there was still work to be completed, but is there budget? I didn't see any carryover dollars saying there's like that would be finished no matter what, or is that?
Yes, sorry, my apologies for clarification. That scope of work to finish that is within the approved funds. So the Villeneuve Road Denison roundabout, there's some work to be completed on the west side because the season changed before that could be completed. And so that scope of work is not associated with this borrowing bylaw. It's within the approved funds to date. And the Walmart access is with North St. Albert Trail phase one. That's a separate project. I know it's on Villeneuve Road, but I don't want to muddy the waters and be suggesting it's the same project cost.
Right, but there's some work there to be finished.
That's correct.
On the west side of that traffic circle that will still be finished irrespective of this project and budgets.
Correct.
And I just want to make sure I understand in terms of where this started. I believe it was originally budgeted at $8 million back in 2022, and then the project grew to the budget worksheet they were approved in 2023 was 17 million, and now we're up to 18.8 million to do the work on the different phases here.
Correct. Yeah, and that's so the actual conceptual work was done back in 2020, I believe. And so that's where the original like $8.5 million for the original scope came from. And then of course, as advancement occurred with the detailed design, more refined cost came, and we did experience increased costs with construction, as been discussed in other presentations with 2022 construction values, and those construction costs have been updated as well for advancing phase 1B as well as phase 2.
And what are we actually getting for this 18.8 million and $21 million borrowing bylaw? Because when I look back at the design plan, we're taking Villeneuve Road, which essentially is a working road. We haven't seen any traffic growth in the report. We haven't seen any the accident information that Councillor Mackay asked for indicated those accidents were more up at Walmart, McDonald's intersection. So I'm really struggling to say, we're taking a perfectly good working road. Yes, it's not to urban standards. And essentially we're going to rebuild it. It's going to be narrower lanes with a curb. So there's not going to be any room. If you get a flat tire, you're not going to have space to pull over. And we're going to get a sidewalk for active transportation. So what are we actually getting for spending this money?
Sure. Maybe as a benefit here, I do have a graphic that I can share, and then that way I can kind of put it in context.
Sure, whatever would be helpful, Mr. Schick, because I'm still struggling to say what is significantly changing here for, again, a working road to what is
Maybe,
already
maybe
there.
Mr. Schick, before you jump in, which I'm sure you can do a very technical thing, but I'll make two comments. Councillor Killick, we're not approving the capital project, it's approved. This is just the funding. So it's not a debate of whether we build the road or not. Honestly, but just from a political perspective and from somebody who's been around for a while, and probably Councillor Hughes and Broadhead could chime in. That road, when it was annexed in 2007, was always planned to be brought up to urban standards, and now we are well over 15 years later. There has been numerous emails and requests from the people that back onto that road to slow the traffic down. So we've got the whole plan with Fowler to move the traffic that way and bring this road to a more of a slower pace road, honestly, because of the people backing onto it. And there has been a lot of requests for safety improvements so you can ride your bike or walk down that road. So I think those are the three things we are getting for this project. I don't know if anyone else wants to add, or Mr. Schick, if I missed the mark there, but you can jump in.
No, absolutely. So without sharing the screen, and you captured it exactly. So essentially one thing is a big component is, you know, it can simplistically be stated as, well, we're just placing sidewalk, but we're providing pedestrian connectivity with a multi-use trail. There's intersection and access improvements as well to support new growth. So as an example, through this project, the Denison Drive intersection, which has been completed with phase 1A, the Hogan Road intersections, there's 2 accesses projected for future demands of the Jensen Lakes community, the Northridge access to the new Nauvoo development as well. And with that, the kind of St. Albert standards of the landscaping, the utilities, the street lighting, all of which don't exist today. So we transition from that rural cross section of, you know, surface drainage, utilities are applied to this project as well to urbanize the roadway and accommodate it. The improvements itself beyond the pedestrian accommodation is largely access and intersection improvements. So you're right, the capacity of the roadway itself is maintained at 2 lanes. Just to the comment that the road lane width did account for the fact that it's only a 2-lane roadway. So we did widen a little bit. So to allow a vehicle to pull to the side to give a little bit more better visibility. It's not 2 lanes that allows additional movement or any kind of through, but that has been a component of the design as well.
Hey, were you going to show us a picture? Or
yeah, absolutely.
Maybe it.
I wasn't too sure if it was
It may not be, I guess, material. I guess I would ask the other question then that we can show the picture if you want, but the idea or of putting a sidewalk in there, could it be done as a standalone sidewalk as we have built a standalone sidewalk, gravel paved trail along Meadowview?
Councillor.
Well,
like, what are you going to do to the ditches? You have rural ditches there that are going to flood the brand new Alliance Church. Like, you need to actually put the infrastructure in place. That's what we're here to talk about.
Well, I appreciate that, Councilor McKay. The sidewalk actually in front of Alliance Church is already built with standard gravel and pavement on top of it. And that's exactly what I'm asking is, could that be simply extended to connect all the way up to Walmart rather, and the urban ditches or rural ditches are what's keeping those pine trees alive along the side of the road there, which is, you know, cutting down on the noise to the residents. I'm actually concerned that if we do pave it and put storm sewers in, those trees aren't going to get any water and they're going to die. So again, I'm just saying that.
Councillor Killick, I'm trying to figure out what you're trying to get at here. I do not want to build the road because that's a whole other conversation, because this is an approved project charter. by this council. You need to make a motion to unfund the project if you don't want to do the project. This is just about how we're going to fund it. Second and third reading of a borrowing bylaw. So if you have questions about the borrowing bylaw, absolutely. But the actual project charter is not really up for debate today.
Right.
And you're obviously free to vote against the borrowing bylaw.
Yeah, I would, just in final comment is that we're doing our capital debt review coming up in a couple of weeks. And I would like to see at least this project, and I can make the motion to put it on hold until such times as we do our review on May 16th in terms of how important replacing an existing road is and taking on debt to do that versus all the other priorities that we might have for debt like Fire Hall 4 and RCMP, et cetera. So I just want to make sure that we're utilizing our debt in the most beneficial way for projects that we might be reviewing on May 16th.
Okay. Councilor Mackay has pushed the button to make this current motion.
Okay.
Did you want to make a motion? I guess it's not table, it would be to postpone.
Well,
I heard you were thinking of that.
I would put that forward to postpone it until after our May 16th.
And that's May 16th is when we're doing the debt strategy.
Yeah.
I haven't seen the debt strategy, Diane. I'm just wondering if delaying this would be even material or relevant to the conversation we're going to have on May 16th.
Thanks, Mayor Heron. I mean, you could kind of go either way. I mean, again, approval of a borrowing bylaw, the project could be potentially somewhat changed in the future as long as we haven't actioned anything on it yet, right? So you could still approve the borrowing bylaw today, and if the actual project charter ultimately changed, that would be okay. It wouldn't require any changes to the borrowing bylaw. Yeah, the only thing I would maybe put to Dean as a question is a month delay on this project like impactful? I know we're going right into like RFP season and
yeah, exactly.
Season,
yeah.
so I don't
yeah.
that could have a substantial impact. So I would.
Dean, do you have any comments on delaying this a month and how that might?
The benefit is actually because we had tendered this with provisional award once, if budget were approved. So in theory for phase 1B, we do not have to go to tender. We have the contractor, we tendered phase 1A and B together. So it wouldn't be a component of having to delay the project for tendering. I mean, as the season changes, in an ideal world, we want to get out there and start work as quickly as possible. So, you know, to minimize delay as best possible. But no, the short answer would be no, there'd be no impact for tendering impacts or delay for the project.
And Diane, maybe go over one more time about how a borrowing bylaw works. It just gives you permission to borrow. Doesn't mean you are borrowing, correct?
That is correct.
Yeah.
And as Brenda had mentioned as well too, is that we're also, what we're actually restricted by is not so much the borrowing bylaw, but the approved project charter, because that is our approved budget from council.
Right.
So it's the project charter that actually gives us the authority to move ahead with the project. And then really the borrowing bylaw is almost the administrative component that kind of comes after. So yeah, just because we have a borrowing bylaw doesn't mean we have to borrow. You could have a borrowing bylaw that has nothing taken out on it that can that just literally sit on the books forever. You wouldn't even necessarily have to rescind it, even if you chose not to do the project. There's nothing that causes you to have.
Yeah, so we could pass this today and then on May 17th, after our debt strategy workshop, do a motion to rescind if you council doesn't want to do this road.
You could, and as I mentioned, you wouldn't even have to necessarily rescind the borrowing bylaw, but you may want to.
Okay.
Right? Just to kind of.
But I think if I could, Mayor, that the project charter is probably more germane to
I would
what I'm
agree, yeah.
hearing here as opposed to the borrowing bylaw.
Totally.
So if it's about what we're building, along with that, that's project charter as opposed to borrowing.
Okay. No, I think we're, if Councillor Killick's not bringing a motion forward, then we could just get this done. If
I'd rather,
waiting, yeah.
I'd rather bring forward a motion, Madam Mayor, to delay approval of the capital funding second and third reading until we review it in context of all of the other debt strategy or debt projects that we're looking at bringing on forward on the 16th.
All right, so we need to have the wording. We want to postpone this decision to after May 16th. Is that good
Yes.
enough? Okay. Can we
Madam
vote?
Mayor, that's a debatable motion, is it?
Absolutely, yeah.
Fair enough.
All right. Yeah, so Councillor Mackay, I'll come to you after we debate this one. So I don't need to get on the screen. We'll just kind of, we know what we're talking about. Do you have any more comments other than what you've brought forward?
Well, I'd just like to restate that I think in context of everything else that we're looking at with higher priority, and in particular, things like Ray Gibbon Drive, where it's our number one priority to help service Lakeview Business District, police building that serves all residents, fire hall number 4 that serves all residents. I just want to make sure that this borrowing that we would proceed with makes the prioritization when we look at it in context with everything else on the 16th.
All right, any other comments from members of council? I'll come back to you, Councillor. Okay, I'm just going to kill that for now. But you have
On the postponement?
Councillor Broadhead, go ahead. Yeah, on the postponement.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I'm not going to support the postpone motion. What we've heard today is this is about financing a already approved project. If we're going to debate the project, then there's a time and date for that, but the borrowing bylaw is immaterial to that. The fact of the matter is we've already debated this project. The people of that are on Villeneuve Road have waited 15 years for this road. And to delay it further is saying to them they don't matter. And quite honestly, this is before us because this is what our administration believes is the right thing to do. So I think we need to deal with this as a council, and then if there's a priority debate on May the 16th, then we can have that debate. And if there's a project charter change, then we can debate that at that time as well.
All right, thank you. Councillor Mackay.
Yeah, I'll be quick because I don't need to choose over all the other points. I just think that not only I'm not going to debate on the actual project other than the fact that we've already seen how costs increase, particularly now. And if we're not going to deal with this now, when it's going to be important for the not only the residents that have been waiting for this for 15 years, but for developers who are moving forward on new developments, and potentially, even though I can only just see the traffic changes and the cost spiraling out of control. I mean, I think I said it back in February, you know, you build it, they will come. I mean, I can't imagine somebody trying to access across into some of the new areas with the current road structure. And this just gets us moving on a very important roadway, east-west, and it does connect Ray Gibbon to St. Albert Trail. So it's very important.
Thank you for that. Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. So Councillor Kilk, I understand the intention and your concerns that you have about the project in general. And I share many of the concerns that you have. With what the solutions that we have in front of us today, I don't think that we'll be able to come to a resolution past what we've already agreed to a couple of months ago. And so it's difficult because I understand that I would like to see a global picture of what we're going on with the debt as well as soon as possible. And I know it's coming in a month. So I think that the discussion about what we're going to do and when really needs to happen in that 1 month time. And maybe we need to reevaluate projects at that time and try to figure out how we're going to balance this, because the amount of debt that we are taking on and plan to take on is significant. But I also think that I don't think that postponing it will change the outcome of the final vote. And so if that won't change it at this time, then we might as well just accept what we have in front of us and then decide what we want to do next month when we have a bigger picture, because we do have the opportunity at that time to reevaluate all the decisions that we've made. Well, we have it at any time, but we'll have more information to be able to evaluate those decisions and just either confirm it or come back and say, maybe we need to reevaluate the scope of it. So I share I understand what you're saying, and I share many of your concerns, but I also just think that we just need to move forward with what we have now, at least for the decision-making process today.
Councillor Bermansky.
Related to this borrowing, thank you through the mayor, related to this borrowing bylaw, I didn't vote in favor of the Villeneuve at this particular time because there were so many other projects we were juggling and deciding where debt was going. So I understand the comments from, Councillor Hughes and Councillor Killick, and it hasn't been described to me yet that, it is a priority. So to take on debt for something or guarantee debt for something that hasn't been determined an absolute priority, I don't feel comfortable voting for it this time. So I'll vote against it. Thank you.
Yeah, and so we're not debating the project again. We're just debating the borrowing bylaw. And I would, sorry, Councillor Killick, I can't support the delay at this time for so many reasons. This road is so important. This has been demonstrated as a priority. It's gone through our prioritization matrix. It has ranked high. We've already, gone through a couple phases of it. Our residents are expecting this fairly quickly. It's offsite leviable. I mean, this is a good project for the city of St. Albert. And I know we have a lot of debt to deal with coming up. We're still nowhere near as bad as many municipalities across Alberta when it comes to our debt level and debt per capita. So, honestly, I think we should just get this borrowing bylaw put in place and move on. I'm looking forward to the debt strategy, though. Anything to close?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to close, again, it's an existing road that works well. The 150 homes that back onto Villeneuve, they're still going to back onto a nicer road, but it's not going to solve their traffic problems or speed problems or noise problems. In fact, it may increase because we're going to, as Councillor Mackay said, you build it, cars will come. And so it's not going to solve that problem. The big thing that will be delivered is a sidewalk. I get that. I would love to have seen a way to do that without rebuilding a perfectly good road that works. And in terms of traffic, if we were to fund money to build Fowler Way, that would alleviate the traffic. The other piece that it says that it connects to Ray Gibbon. Well, it connects to Ray Gibbon today, but long term, if we look at the picture that was given to us for the diagram in the package, and as we've discussed many times, Villeneuve is actually going to stop. It's not going to go to Ray Gibbon Drive in the future. It's going to be dead-ended just past the Nouveau development. So it's not going to be a major thoroughfare that or cross down or connector or whatever we call it. It's actually going to dead end and people aren't going to take the traffic. So to spend this kind of money now, to me, and approve this borrowing bylaw just didn't seem prudent without first seeing how it fits with all of the other priorities that we have coming up and would review on the 16th.
All right, call for the vote. Voting's closed. Councillor Mens, you cannot abstain. Okay, sorry. So you're a no? Okay, did I vote yes? I meant no. I'm so used to going, yeah, yes. I'm such a yes man.
For clarity,
Pardon?
Mayor Heron,
Pardon?
I was gonna say for clarity, can we just put it up and get a read?
Yes, you can actually do the whole thing. I spoke against it and then I go, yes. Yeah, I hit yes, I'm just a yes man. So reset that and we'll redo it again. And Councillor Romansky is just according to the MGA if you can't abstain. There we go. Pardon? This is a motion to postpone the borrowing bylaw. Voting is closed. Okay, that motion fails with Counselor Bermansky, Counselor Hughes, and Counselor Killick in favor. Counselor Mackay, you had indicated earlier that you're willing to bring forward second and third reading. All right, go ahead.
That bylaw 4/2023 being a boring bylaw for Villeneuve Road. Rebuild be read a second time.
All
I
right,
don't think,
anything?
I don't think I
No,
need to
okay.
have any comments. I think most of the comments were about it. This is about the bylaw, not about the project.
All right, call for the vote. That voting's closed. That motion passes with Mayor Herron, Councillor Broadhead, Councillor Jaldi, and Councillor Mackay in favor, and third reading. Oh, right, there's an amendment, sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that bylaw 4/2023 be amended to delete the word 65% in section 7 and replace them with 35%, and to delete the words 35% in section 7 and replace them with 65%. This is just to correct a clerical error that was done. in
The big
relation to
error, I
what-
think. A
What
very
is,
big
well, a
error.
very, very big error in relation to, but it was a clerical error
Yeah.
and it was around the OSL.
Okay, thank you for that catching of the error. Over the vote. That motion passes. I feel like I'm missing somebody there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Who am I missing? Am I wrong? 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. I don't have Councillor Bermansky's vote there. Why don't you just give us a verbal? Are you a yes? Okay, yeah. So that's unanimous. And then third reading.
That bylaw 4/2023 be as amended, be read a third time.
Thank you. Call for the vote. Voting's closed. And that motion passes with Councillor Bermansky and Councillor Killick opposed. All right, now I'll call for a break. 3:16. We don't, yeah, 3:30 sounds good. We don't have that much left. 15-minute break. Thank you. We're back at it. Is Councillor Jolly with us? There she is, yeah.
I am, yep.
Okay, we have no emergent items. I've lost my pen. Oh, there it is. But we do have updates from members of council. So why don't I start with you, Councillor Jolly?
Let's see, we've got Homeland Housing meeting is this Thursday or next Thursday? So that's coming up. Last one, we approved our audited financial statements, so that was great. Youth committee, seniors committee, really both of those are focused on providing a recommendation to council. It looks like they both know what they're going to recommend, so that is that's exciting. Yeah, and that's it.
All right. You sit on both seniors and youth, right?
I do, yeah.
So you'll be able to bridge that conversation.
And you know what? They've actually done a good job of that. So the Seniors Advisory Committee invited some of the youth to come to sit at their table and vice versa. So they're making, each committee is making a different recommendation as of now for their own committee. And that's really based on the different needs of those particular kind of groups. So yeah.
When do we get the final report?
Is Elizabeth still in the room? I think it's in June.
Okay, that's okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and I go to Councillor Bermansky.
Okay, I'll do an update on the Arts Committee. So we had quite a long meeting and a lot of the conversation was around the Children's Fest this year, and they're expecting a great success with this year's event. January 31st to our meeting, there was 75% of the school seats already sold. They've got 2 events going on in the Curling Club with 300 extra seats. They've got the Art in the Curling Club and Father Jan events going on at all the different facilities. 6 feature performances, 10 interactive. We've got that massive new interactive tent site that will be built for the Children's Fest. And then lots of cinnamon and Seussical Junior and Abilities Dance Group. So I'm excited to actually see that it'll be a great success this year and getting a little bit more back to normal, especially for all the little ones and from the schools and everything. So that's great. And then we talked, of course, about the replacement of the artwork that was stolen and the insurance part of that and how long we wait and ideas for that. We also had talks on nominations for the Young Artist Legacy Award. So that was discussed at the meeting as well. And then the call for nominations for the design of the mural that they're doing on the Fowler Park. So that's going out to different artists from the region. And so that'll be a successful and exciting project that's coming up as well. So the arts team are working their tails off, getting all kinds of nice stuff done for the city.
Awesome. Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So on April the 6th, the Edmonton Metropolitan Transit Commission voted unanimously to disestablish as of May the 31st. And as a consequence of that vote, my time's been taken up with finalizing legal documents and unfortunately terminating employment. So that's been interesting, unfortunate as it may be. The other committee I sit on is the Audit and Finance Committee for the EMRB, and that meets in May.
Okay. All right, Councillor Killick.
I think they're kind of out of sync. I gave my updates last time for previous meetings, and we have our environmental committee coming up on the 27th, CSAC on the 25th, 29th, NSWA. So every one of my committees is coming in the next week, and don't really have any new updates in that.
What about salutes?
And Edmonton Salutes is the big thing that's coming up is on the 22nd, the Yellow Ribbon Gala black tie event. So my wife and I will be going to that. So,
that'll be fun.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Mackay.
Actually, almost ditto in the sense most of my committees will meet next month. I did have a policing committee on April 11th, and it was just fairly routine, nothing urgent or nothing arising. So, yeah.
All right, Councillor Hughes.
Yeah, so Waste didn't meet. I attended the global meeting and they provided information about all the post-secondaries in our area, which there's quite a few of them. I'm not sure that had to do with everything else, but that's what it came into. And the audit committee met, and we heard from the auditor. Yeah, so it's all good. You were there, Ken. We heard from the auditor just about the intentions and what's going to be done. And the intention is still to have it done for the end of June. So this is not going to be an audit. It's going to be, I know council approved it, but you may not be remembering. This is going to be a risk analysis and then a work plan so that we can actually know what are the best audits to do in a priority basis and a value for money and availability, et cetera. So that is, I think it's been kicked off as of yesterday. And they're going at this with a fairly intense schedule to try to make this completed and have the report to us for the beginning of July. So yeah, so that went forward and I have every confidence in it. It's the same people that did the original audit a few years ago that we did. And this is certainly not their first time doing it. So I'm looking forward to seeing what comes of it. That's it. Thanks.
All right, thank you all for your updates. We have a council motion from Councillor Killick. Councillor Killick, when I was looking at your motions and the recommendations, so you have three that you but three kind of sections on the March 21st one, and then the notice of motion from the 27th. I'm going to suggest that we do all of like 4 separate motions, if that's okay, because the third one to require e-scooter riders to yield to pedestrians, I don't even know if you want to put it forward because they're going to do it anyway. It's not a required motion. But the other, and I just have a feeling some might support the first one or not the second. So let's do them separately. I'm splitting them.
Sure. No, that's.
Okay, so why don't you read that administration amend the traffic in the following manner and just read the first bullet and we'll get on with that.
Okay, so first notice of motion was March 21st and it was to amend the traffic bylaw to require e-scooter riders under the age of 18 to wear an approved safety helmet.
All right, before I accept that, I'm going to open it up to questions of either Councillor Killick or our administration. I'm going to start Councillor Killick because when I actually read your motion, that the administration amend the traffic bylaw to require e-scooters under the age of 18 to wear a safety helmet. For full clarity, you mean if you're over 18, you don't. That's really the change. So because we already require it for under 18. So I don't know if the wording is correct in your motion, because to require e-scooter riders under the age of 18 to wear, that will be in the bylaw when they update it, but you're trying to change something. And so the wording of what you're trying to change isn't really there.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. The objective is to to change the bylaw to say that anybody over the age of 18, as you correctly said, Madam Mayor, does not require to wear a helmet. And
So-
only people under the age of 18 wear a helmet.
Are you okay if I suggest that because it doesn't say in the Traffic Safety Act provincially that e-scooters have to wear helmets, right? Right. So we need this in our bylaw. Under 18 is a yes. But can we also say to require under 18 to wear a safety helmet and over 18 is recommended? Or give me some good words here.
So this is the traffic bylaw we're talking
Right.
about. And so the best practice in terms of drafting is to impose a positive obligation.
Okay.
So I prefer the way it's currently worded to stay as is.
Okay.
Because that means that anybody that is, age of 18 or under, or like we need to clarify if it's 18 and over, they don't have to or whatever. Right now, it would be anybody 17 and under has to wear a helmet on an e-scooter. And therefore, it flows that anybody over that does not have to.
Okay.
We would not give a ticket for not wearing, do you know what, like if someone's wearing a helmet and they're over 18, they don't get a ticket, even though the bylaw says you don't have to. It's preferable to leave it as is.
Do you want 17? 17 and under or under the age of 18?
Well, I'm just clarifying that what that means right now, and I don't know if this is the intent, but the way it would be interpreted right now is that anybody that is at the age of 18 doesn't have to wear a helmet anymore, only age 17 and under. So that's what is currently stated and doesn't make a difference to me from a legal perspective, but
I guess it gets different when we're talking about bikes too, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that clarification. All right, so questions of Councillor Killick or of administration? Councillor Mackay, you're up first.
Yeah, thanks. I'm just confused in relation to it. So, I mean, this won't impact our other traffic bylaw requirement for adults having to wear a helmet if they're riding a bike, right?
correct.
Correct, not this one, but there is another one. So I mean, this one would just be something that identifies just for e-scooters.
That's correct.
All right, and if the and then right now, the way that we're gonna have e-scooters, you can't operate them if you're under the age of 12. Do we have that in there?
No, that's in the business license
Yeah,
conditions, but I believe the age is 12 and under, you cannot ride.
yeah, well, I mean, there's just kind of the complexities in relation.
Should it be in the traffic bylaw?
Yeah, I mean, because what you have, right, you can't charge a young person under the age of 12 with an offense. Unless we're talking something significant.
Was the wording that was previously in the bylaw? Yeah, it's in our package, isn't it?
So I'm just saying is I mean, if you've got two grade or that are hop on and are able to access an e-scooter, or their parents have bought them an e-scooter and they're not wearing a helmet. I mean,
And sorry, Mr. Fletcher, I do believe Aaron's on the line. So in terms of how that it's enforced, I do believe it would be like a warning. And so, yes, I don't think those fines would necessarily be issued. To answer your question.
I'm just saying, I mean, if Aaron's on the line, Aaron, just confirm with me in relation to, I mean, obviously you're not, if one of your enforcement officers come up to two young riders not wearing a helmet, even if it's on a bike, your first course of action is always encouragement and warning, right?
Yes, through the mayor, that's correct. Even though we do have some provisions in the traffic bylaw that talk about helmet rules for people under the age of 12, tickets don't get issued to people under the age of 12. If council wanted to regulate that or put some responsibility on the parents, there may be an ability to, have a regulation in there that talks about parents allowing the children to operate a scooter or a bicycle under the age of 12 without a helmet, similar to seatbelt legislation that we have for child seatbelt laws. So there is that a possibility, but but beyond that, no tickets get issued to people under that age.
We don't have that onus on parents now on bikes, so.
No, we do not.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm just trying to find some consistency here in the sense of, yeah, how do we deal with that category bracket between 12 and no, I don't think too many zeros are going to be on there.
Is that all the questions yet? For now?
On this first one, yeah.
Yeah, okay, perfect. Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So if this motion doesn't pass, what happens if somebody wants to have a e-scooter ride? So they need to wear a helmet or do they not?
Currently, there is no e-scooter requirements in the traffic bylaw. Administration will bring those amendments on May 16th, I believe. And actually, I don't know what our administrative recommendation will be in terms of helmets for e-scooters. So I think we're waiting to see what happens here. If it doesn't pass, I'm not sure what the answer to that question is.
So I was under the understanding that what was there before December 31st was going to be brought back almost in a
Yes,
mere,
so
And so that required that
Everybody.
everyone wore helmets on e-scooters. And now you're just waiting for council direction.
Yes.
Okay, so if this fails, I guess that gives you indication that all ages wear helmets. If it passes, it gives you indication that 18 and under. Or under 18, sorry.
But by and that's correct. I think that would be the interpretation. If this fails, then we would default and try and synchronize, depending, I guess, on the decision
Yeah.
ultimately with the bike motion, that everybody would wear helmets.
Yeah, I think that's key to have it.
So rental e-scooters, they are governed to what, 20 kilometers an hour? Is that what 15? But privately owned e-scooters are not governed at all. So how do you differentiate in the bylaw between a governed e-scooter and a non-governed e-scooter? Because you'll have unhelmeted people going around at 40 kilometers an hour or better.
It's a matter of the way it's drafted. So it's actually in the definition of e-scooter. What is an e-scooter in terms of the traffic bylaw is only those ones that are permitted by the province of Alberta, which are only those ones that are regulated by the city. So basically they're out of scope. The private ones aren't really regulated under the traffic bylaw.
Privately owned e-scooters are not regulated.
No, they do not fall within the definition. That's my understanding of e-scooter in the traffic bylaw.
But we could change that.
Well,
Aaron really wants to jump in. Really wants to jump in.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think I might be able to add just a little bit of clarity. So a privately owned e-scooter is a prohibited motor vehicle. So it is not allowed under provincial law. So if someone has an e-scooter and they're operating it privately, that is an offense under the provincial legislation. So the only reason why e-scooters are allowed in the region and why we're having this conversation is because the province of Alberta has specifically allowed companies to rent them. And a lot of that has to do with insurance regulations. So these companies can have insurance and have liability, and they are allowed in that context. But if you buy one at a store and you're running an e-scooter in public, it is prohibited, similar to Segways. Segways have very similar regulations. They do have special permissions to operate as a company like they do in Edmonton and other areas, but hopefully that adds that's a little bit of clarity, but it does add confusion to the public when they see e-scooters. We definitely recognize that. And there is some bigger discussions that I'm aware of that are happening on that front, but.
Wow.
It's probably because they're governed in their.
Couple went whipping by me the other day.
It's probably because they're governed in their speeds too, right? The company ones, but if you buy one, no one's
Wow.
forcing. you to
All
go
I know
speed.
that they were going better than 15.
So we can't put it in our traffic bylaw to require a helmet on a private owned e-scooter because that would be regulating some illegal activity or something. Okay. Any more questions?
No, that was my only question.
Okay, I'm moving on to Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. This kind of follows Councillor Broadhead's questioning. So Aaron, I'm looking at you. Right now, I assume there's no enforcement done to check if scooters are privately owned or not. I mean, the city's full of them. So, and I haven't heard of any enforcement.
Through the mayor, yes, it's. I wouldn't call it a regulation that is widely enforced. I think I would have to look into to see if any warnings have been issued or any documented warnings or tickets. It's even a little bit, not all the enforcement officers are aware of that either. So I guess it's one of those things that's evolving because the industry is evolving that I don't think we as a law enforcement industry has caught up specifically on all those prohibited motor vehicles. So short answer is you're correct. It doesn't get enforced all that often.
Okay, thank you. And my follow-up question is, if helmeting was required, would that potentially be a flag for kind of that education piece, seeing an e-scooter and stopping them and saying, hey, this isn't registered with Bird or whoever. Would that be helpful in terms of enforcement?
Through the mayor, I mean, it's possible as a flag. I think there may be a caution, though. We would have to be very careful on the wording that we put in the bylaw, so it doesn't look like we're condoning the use of privately owned e-scooters. So that we'd have to come up with some maybe fancy wording on that. That says if you're gonna, it's almost like saying if you're gonna break the law and you're gonna ride one of these scooters, we then want you to wear a helmet. So it does seem a little awkward on that sense, but I'm not saying, Marta and I might have to put our heads together and think about how we could draft something like that up, but.
Yeah, you and I aren't fancy, but Marta is, so I think we're good on that front. That's all I have, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Councillor Mackay.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go back. I'm just maybe a little confused here because I don't know. So something you said, Marta, in relation, so is it in the intention of administration to come back? You're waiting for kind of maybe taking direction from what happens today with the provisions of our own traffic bylaw that would encompass our e-scooters, because that's now has passed, like expired. But so you were always intending, our administration was always intending on coming back with an updated traffic bylaw?
Yes, with respect to e-scooters, our intention was because this pilot provision had expired. We were going to, as long as the e-scooters continued in the city, going to bring back those regulations. So they were just part of the bylaw without end.
Yeah, and so it would almost have been what was in the temporary e-scooter portion? Was that the intent?
Yes.
All right. I mean, I'm just worried that we just got so many different, I don't know if I want to postpone it based on what we just went through, but we've got so many different things potentially happening, and I'm worried that we're just starting to piecemeal something. And again, we're going to fall into maybe getting caught unawares about something, because I mean, even I didn't know or I had forgotten that private e-scooters were not legal in Alberta. So I don't even want to use my word again, but I mean,
Yeah, I think we actually need to give staff some direction on this, because scooters
but I mean-
scooters are on the road, right?
well, I mean,
Probably already.
scooters are definitely on the road right now, but I mean, if they're going to come back with some guidelines or actually.
Well, they need our direction. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I'm just, I guess, Councillor Killick then, so I mean, you're okay riding an e-scooter without a helmet?
Absolutely.
Mayor Herron, are you okay riding a?
Wrong person to ask. Nope. I feel like, well, I don't want to get into debate.
All right.
Yeah. Councillor Hughes.
Yeah, a couple of questions. So just because we're now moving on to private e-scooters here again. So like, I think Costco's selling these guys, like this is a common item. So you said that you're expecting amendments to something soon? Like, I'm assuming it's from the province. Is that correct or no?
Through the mayor, I'm not expecting any or heard of any amendments coming forward on this, but I do know there are conversations in the region about the evolution of the e-scooter industry on allowing that to happen, and then the difference between that and the private side. So it's very early stage conversations, but I'm not aware of the province looking to make any amendments to the provincial legislation. It's been in place for a number of years, since Segways. The e-scooters fall in that same category. Electric skateboards, motorized skateboards, those kinds of things are all in that same prohibited motor vehicle area. Or even little mini bikes. There's little tiny mini pocket bikes that you sometimes see that are in that category as well.
Sounds like a good RFD for Alberta municipalities.
Maybe if it does help council, I guess I can add that selling the equipment is not illegal. It's the operation of the equipment, because arguably some of these things can be operated on private property and on private land where it is permitted. So if you have a big acreage, you have a big area, you have a farmland where you have these things, those things are completely legal to use that on your own private property, but it's the use in public that makes it illegal.
And I think we should stick to the issue at hand. We're not talking about private, we're talking about our regulation of the industry. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that the challenge is just that we have a double standard going on here between people that are going to be under the rental, and then also people who not only are driving these things and not supposed to, but then also have no rules around them. The other question I had was, how many tickets have we even issued on no helmets for bikes or e-scooters last year? Did we issue any?
Go ahead, Aaron.
Through the
Knew the
mayor,
question was coming.
I am not aware of the helmet, the tickets being issued for helmets on scooters. We did do a quick search on bikes and there was no tickets issued for helmets on bikes for 2022 or 2021. I believe a lot of that also had to do with the pandemic though. There was a lot of reduced proactive work in that category over those years, and I don't think we fully have come back to looking at proactively doing that stuff.
Yeah, but previously, I think, yeah, we were doing a bit of proactive and I remember
correct.
being handed out. Yep.
That's
Okay. Okay, thank you. That's it.
All right, I see no more questions. So Councillor Killick, I'll accept your motion. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. The objective here is for rental electric scooters to align the helmet bylaw to what it is provincially for bicycles, which specifically says under age 18. And I'm not quite sure how we word this, the 17 versus 18, but I'm just going to leave it the way it's provincially worded. It says under age 18. And I'd note too that some municipalities for their electric scooters like Airdrie has a no helmet rule, and their scooters are actually allowed to go 20 kilometers an hour. And other municipalities are similar to that with 20 kilometers an hour on roads. So they're even in more dangerous usage on the roads where we're allowing ours are on sidewalks and trails, which is probably going to minimize the interaction with vehicles. So it was just to try and bring our e-scooter bylaw in a way that's more favorable to spontaneous use. And I use my own example when I was at the river cleanup and they were giving free rides away last year. But I almost did, but I couldn't get on the scooter because I knew our bylaw said I had to wear a helmet. So I want to make it open and easy for responsible adults to use an e-scooter in the city that's good for business, low regulation. It allows for spontaneous use if somebody shows up without a helmet. Again, an adult, responsible adult. Follows the provincial regulation of under age 18 for bicycle use of helmet. And we don't have other bylaws that say helmets need to be used in other, if I would say, risky or high impact sports like on our outdoor arenas. We don't say you got to wear a hockey helmet, but you're more likely to slip on your skates and fall and bonk your head on our skating facilities, or even our own little kids' leisure ice in Service Place. We don't have a helmet requirement there. Or going down a toboggan hill, we actually use a term that says, protect your noggin while you toboggan. Helmets are recommended, but they're not required. So in terms of aligning the e-scooter bylaw, I think our over the age of 18, people are responsible. We trust them to make good decisions around other activities that they do that are, many things like they can vote at age 18. We trust them to be able to make a good decision around many other things at age 18. And I would like to see this also being considered when we look at saying over the age of 18, you can make a informed personal decision using your own good judgment, whether you want to wear a helmet or not. And under the age of 18, we align it to the provincial regulations. And that's why I wanted to, rather than leave it as an ad hoc thing, I wanted to bring this forward to provide clear indication to administration for when they bring the other revisions to the traffic bylaw forward, so that it's incorporated at that time. And again, as I said, you can sign up to join the RCMP when you're 18. I think we trust people to make a decision that they could join the police force when they're age 18. There are many examples where we trust people over the age of 18 to make good, safe, informed decisions. And that's what I wanted to try and accomplish here. So that's
All right. Anyone else on Councillor Jolly?
Thank you. I'll just start out with, it's infuriating that this isn't being regulated provincially. To have one-offs all over the province makes it really confusing for users of e-scooters. I will not be supporting this motion because although, yes, adults get to make a lot of decisions that impact their safety, this one, how it impacts our community is people have to see you when you crash at 15 kilometers an hour and you scrape your face off. Our emergency services are going to have to scrape you off the pavement. And that's awful for everyone involved. So to have this small requirement is a reminder that it is a good idea to wear a helmet. Those people who choose to not follow our local bylaws, certainly they're making those choices, whether it's by driving their own scooter at 20 kilometers an hour, 25 kilometers an hour, or 40 kilometers an hour, or not wearing a helmet. Those choices happen, but I feel a responsibility to do everything I can to make sure our regulations kind of keep the safety of our residents and our first responders kind of top of mind. So that's why I'm not supporting it. Thank you.
Councillor Broadhead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. An interesting debate, to be sure. Certainly wider than whether or not we're wearing helmets for e-scooters. It's a wider debate, and quite honestly, one that this city decided on back in 2006, that St. Albert would be a helmet community, and whether you agree or disagree based on your feeling about it, society regulates a number of things. Can't talk on a cell phone, certainly shouldn't text while you're driving, yet people do it all the time. You're supposed to wear your seatbelt. A lot of people don't, and they reap the consequences thereof. But the point of to me at least, of making bylaws that say that you should, is that we're trying to create an environment for safety within our community, and all members need to model that behavior for all ages, irrespective of whether you're over or under 18. So to me, the economic viability of an e-scooter and how much their owners make in terms of profit is not a reason to change our safety standards in the community, that we aspire to a zero fatality type situation here. And one of those is through regulated use of helmets. Ultimately, it's whether people choose to do it or not. But we've had a generation of kids grow up in a community that says thou shalt wear your helmet. And I was walking around today, and an adult went whizzing by me on a bike with his helmet on. And so he was in compliance, and people don't even ask. But I can tell you that in the course of my time here, I've had the emails from adults who have been given a ticket and heard all the arguments about, why adults shouldn't have to wear helmets. And also heard all the arguments about why they should. So I just don't think an economic imperative for e-scooters is a reason to change our bylaws.
Councillor Mackay.
Interesting debate. You're absolutely correct. And I get the spontaneous use piece. And because, I mean, obviously we don't have, have helmets that you can rent when you're also getting onto an e-scooter or potentially an e-bike eventually. So I get that. And I know that other jurisdictions have that availability, but I'm going to speak from a personal standpoint. All of you guys now know that I've been a police officer for 35 years. 5 years of that, I was in our fatal accident response unit. And I'm not going to say team because the acronym is wrong. But I mean, the number of, I probably attended 70 some plus fatalities in my career. And I can tell you there a number of years ago, probably in the early 80s, there was a real drive on the motorcycle community to actually say the exact same thing I'm hearing today is that I'm operating a motorcycle, I'm 18, I'm an adult. Why should I have to wear a helmet when I'm operating a motorcycle? And we went through that a long time. Matter of fact, there was even a short moratorium on it that allowed during a court decision where they actually allowed some operators of motorcycles to go helmetless. And I can tell you that I went to 2 fatalities very shortly after, where the individuals obviously would have survived if they would have been wearing a helmet. I mean, I'm not going to say what type of injuries they may have also sustained, but they definitely would have been alive. But the one that I'm going to talk about has got the most personal pain for me. I was going to a call and we were going up Grove Road right in front of Mayfair. And there came in a call of a young woman on a mic, and she was pedaling on the road, and obviously she missed a gear, and she went down, and in her attempt to get up, she moved into traffic, and she was hit by a car, and her head struck the windshield of the car. And I was there. I didn't actually see the collision. I was working. But as I was responsible for the collision, I watched that young woman die. And if she may have been wearing a helmet, if she may not have been riding on the road, she may have been alive. And I honestly, I understand the whole argument about free choice, about freedom of choice, about you're responsible for your own actions. But if we're talking about vision zero, if we're talking about trying to move towards a community that's actually safe, and we already know that we don't ticket, but we take the opportunity to educate and inform. And I think that has a bigger value because none of you guys want to be able to see what I saw. It was horrific. And it's probably 30 years ago, and I still see her face today. And she left a family, and she would be alive today if she would have probably had a helmet on. And so I understand the intent, but I can't support something that endangers our residents just for the convenience of spontaneous use.
You've told me that story before. Yep. I could have gone either way on this vote. For me, it was about making sure our bike and e-scooters were aligned. Hearing Councillor Mackay and everyone else here, I'm going to want adults who are on their bikes to wear helmets, and adults on their scooters to wear their helmets. That for me is the decision for me, is just making sure that it's clear and concise. There are e-scooter companies out there that attach a helmet to the scooter. And so maybe we can encourage them to come into St. Albert and set up shop, because that would make it easier. For someone who's crashed on an e-scooter, I was wishing I was wearing a helmet. Nothing for, oh, Councillor Hughes, I totally missed you. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I'm happy that you got to talk. First of all, Councillor Killick, I'm actually glad you brought this forward today. I know that this was, it takes, this is something you passionately believed in and you thought we should debate. And this hasn't been discussed since 2006. So if nothing else, just to have the confirmation of whether which direction we want to go, I think it's a timely thing to have done. And so I think this was a good use of council's time, actually, just to decide what do we want to do. This was last decided 17 years ago. So which direction do we want to move forward today? I could go either way too. And it was just, I'm like literally just been going back and forth ever since this came forward, because I've seen people who have read books and they've cycled all around the world. One guy, he's been cycling for 60 years nonstop. It's a lot of pedaling. And he does not wear a helmet. And he said, in his opinion, that he's actually safer without the helmet because he has better visibility. But the biggest thing that saved his lives repeatedly on multiple roads was actually the review mirror that he has attached to it. So I understand that. I also read other books for people who've read it, again, written all around the world, not wearing a helmet, wrote a book about it and died when they were coming home because they got hit by a car and experienced probably something similar to what Councillor Mackay had to witness. Then there's also just the challenge that if we're not really issuing tickets anyway, are we even enforcing the bylaw, or is this just a message? And so it's just about putting in bylaws that aren't being enforced anyway. I don't want to be just making political statements if we're not actually putting in laws that we're not going to be doing. But ultimately, the challenge that came down to me with my decision is just that if, when we're writing, I'll have one under 18 this summer. And I don't want to give the message to kids that when they turn 18 that they can throw their helmet off. And that's the challenge, is that if you're cycling and only the kids are wearing it, they're seeing it as adults don't have to. And then that also gives the message that they're not going to have to when they get that. So the challenge is just about the messaging. And I get it. Like there's a lot of places that are high risk that, don't have safety gear attached to it. This is a popular one though, in that there's a lot of kids out there on the road that can do collisions. And I just don't ever want to give the message to my kids that adults have a different standard for what they need to do to understand the danger of what's going on than children. And to make adults think that they shouldn't be wearing them either, because honestly, I'll see people wearing other protective gear and no helmet. And I'm thinking, I think you got it backwards there, pal. So I think that it's difficult. I know we're kind of discussing both of them at the same time, but I know that sometimes we err on the side of caution. And I just think that in this case, this is probably one of those times where as a council, I think that we need to. That's it.
Councillor Killick to close.
Thank you. I appreciate all the comments that everybody has brought up. And as a motorcycle rider, long time motorcycle rider, I have several helmets in my house, and I would never get on my motorbike and ride it without wearing a helmet, whether it was regulated or not. And I too have seen many accidents. So I know that when you ride a motorcycle, it's high speed and you're on a road and you're encounter a vehicle that weighs 10 times what you do, a helmet helps. I don't see the same thing when a person is riding a scooter on a sidewalk or a trail. It's not on a road. And we have responsible adults that can make that decision. I also like to just address that our Vision Zero is for collisions of vehicles. And again, scooters will be on sidewalks and trails, not riding on the road. So there is not going to be that interaction with a car or a truck or whatever. And I really hope that trying to illustrate a point by saying that when we have to scrape somebody off the road is absolutely not reflective of a real life situation. That is just terrible, that in my mind that we would even use that term. We're talking about the freedom to make responsible decisions over the age of 18 and say, everybody else high risk, little kids, whatever, wear a helmet. Giving mature adults that can make other very mature decisions over 18 will have the ability to do that. And likewise, they make very mature decisions, as I mentioned, on many, many, many other very important things. As I said, it also aligns us within the region. It aligns us provincially, and it aligns us with our biggest partners in Edmonton, Calgary, Beaumont, Stony Plain, all specify under the age of 18. So with those thoughts in mind, I hope council supports this motion that I brought forward to require e-scooter riders under the age of 18 to wear an approved safety helmet.
All right, Councillor Killick, I'll call for the vote. Voting's closed. And that motion fails with Councillor Bermansky and Councillor Killick in favor. Councillor Killick, your second part of this was about so amending the traffic bylaw in the following manner, and that's to prohibit tandem riding on e-scooters with an associated fine. So you don't have to read it in before I accept that. I'll open it up to questions. Any questions on this one? Go ahead, Councillor Mackay. Okay. I mean, I said
any amount in mind, or would it just be consistent with what's in the bylaw in relation to what the fine would be? $100, 100.
So interestingly, when we piloted those provisions for e-scooters in the traffic bylaw, we didn't do a new fine amount for them. It's the kind of default fine amount of $250. So that's what it would stay at, unless otherwise.
So $250. Okay.
And is that a kind of a fine for a multitude of offenses, kind of?
The traffic bylaw says that there are associated fines for a lot of the different kind of infractions in the traffic bylaw and one of the schedules. And then it says at the very top, if it's not in here, then it defaults to 250. So it would default to 250 for those ones because they weren't specified as any other amount.
Okay. Councillor Hughes.
Forgive me if you mentioned this before, just forgive me, Marta, but is there currently no regulation to it, or is there a regulation everybody has to? Which way is the default? It's not.
As of December 31st, 2022, there are no e-scooter regulations in the traffic bylaw.
No, I meant we're past the e-scooters, aren't we?
No, we're not. We're riding tandem.
Okay, I'm in a different motion. So don't even worry about it right now. Okay. Okay, I just thought we broke it into two.
Okay.
Okay, sorry about that. Sorry.
Councillor Killick, I guess I probably should get you to read it in, and then I see no more questions.
Sure.
And I'll
To
accept it.
prohibit tandem riding on e-scooters with an associated fine.
All right, I'll accept that motion. Go ahead.
Thank you. It just seems to me that this is probably the most dangerous practice that there is out there, and it wasn't in our original business license rules or in our traffic bylaw. It's included in many other jurisdictions' bylaws as provided in the backgrounder. So this one is fairly straightforward. I think tandem riding is super dangerous, whether it be on a private scooter or on a rental scooter, and we should have a bylaw that reflects that.
I see no one jumping in, but honestly, I think this is good catch that was missed the first time. So well done. Anything to close?
It brings us in consistent with other municipalities. So I hope council supports it.
Call for the vote. That motion passes unanimously. And your third motion, it was indicated in the background that this was going to be incorporated anyway, unless you had a different fine considered. I don't know if we need this motion. Did you have is it $250 for this one as well?
Yes.
Did you have a different fine you in mind, or you fine with that?
It could be 250. A lot of the other ones are $100. So whatever, I'll leave that up to administration to determine.
All right, then let's go on to your motion from the 27th. This one will require inline skaters, roller skaters, skateboards, and non-motorized scooters and bike riders. This is a interesting one. So I think given the conversation around the e-scooters and helmets, probably your council's going to go with helmets 18 and over, but the other parts about roller skaters, inline skaters, why don't I get you to read it and we'll open up for questions.
So I'd just like to note that I did withdraw
Yeah.
the section that the last line of this particular motion that I sent the information to council and to administration that I withdrew the section 40-2 amending to use the term sidewalk because leaving it as drafted as highway already includes below that as a lower level term. It includes the term sidewalk. So I've withdrawn that part. This motion now is for the traffic bylaw sections 40 and 41 to be amended to require inline skaters, roller skaters, skateboards, non-motorized scooter riders, that pertains to section 40, and bicycle riders under the age of 18 to wear helmets. And bicycles are in section 41. So they're actually two separate things that we could discuss if we want to split that one up into two pieces as well.
Okay. Did you have a point?
No, we were
Okay.
just discussing it.
Marta, I have a question for you. When we just had to correct our, I think it was our, whatever bylaw it was that should take away the screening on cannabis stores, it's because it was in provincial regulation and then it was duplicated in ours, and we tried to get away from that. And I noticed in the background, or it says that some municipalities stipulate helmets are required for cyclists younger than 18 in their bylaw, and some just defer to the traffic. So I'm wondering if you prefer that method. I mean, over 18 would have to be a municipal bylaw, but the under 18, would you just rather make reference to the provincial act?
It's not a strictly, like, from a legal perspective, there's one answer. And then I think it's a broader question too. So from a legal perspective and a drafting perspective, my opinion is that it's cleaner if it's in one act, just to leave it there. And then over the course of time,
So the one act would be the provincial
the
act?
provincial
Okay.
act, and not duplicated in any other place, unless there's a good reason to do that. Like, for example, you're making it more than what is required provincially, then that's not the same, right?
Yeah.
And that way, if provincial legislation changes, then we're not bound to then have to change our bylaw as well.
Right.
However, there may be other reasons besides from a legal perspective to have it in our bylaw. So I just offer that opinion
Okay.
from a drafting legal.
And I guess if we are going to continue down the road of going further than the provincial act and requiring helmets for 18 and over, it might be confusing if it said 18 under prefer to the provincial, 18 and over, this is what you have to do. Might want to have it all in one place so people could read.
That's right.
Okay. Councillor Jolly, go ahead.
Thank you. So just a question to Councillor Killick, I think. So the intention here is to remove the requirement for adults to wear helmets on bicycles and then add the requirement for all the other stuff for kids. Is that right?
Not exactly.
Okay.
Thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to clarify. So in our current bylaw, under inline skates, roller skates, skateboards, non-motorized scooters, that's section 40, says no person shall permit a person under the age of 12 to use inline skates, roller skates, skateboards, non-motorized scooters on a highway without wearing a commercially available helmet. My objective there is to say, why did we arbitrarily set the age at 12? And I'd like to increase that to 18. My objective is to align everything around the age 18. So here we have specifically, and I was quite surprised myself when I read it, that it's under the age of 18. Don't know why that came about, but my intention on that is to actually increase it. And then on section 41, which is our bicycles, also to align that to the provincial standard of age 18 and leave it up to the discretion of anyone over the age of 18 on a bicycle, whether they want to wear a helmet or not.
So would you consider splitting those two? Like the first part saying increase the age for all that other things, and then the second one basically reduce the age for bicycles?
So that, I think and I agree with you, Councillor Jolly, that would result in inline skaters, roller skaters, skateboards, non-motorized scooters under 18 to wear a helmet.
Yeah.
And then separating it out would
Yeah.
be a separate consideration of what we want to do with bikes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it's really trying to do two different things.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
so
I
we're
know I anticipated that would be a better clarification, so.
So I think the proposed, well, it's not an amendment, I'm hearing a friendly, so just take out and bicycle riders. So it'll read that the traffic bylaw section 40 and 41 be amended to require inline skaters, roller skaters, skateboarders, non-motorized scooter riders under the age 18 to wear helmets.
Just section 40 though.
It was just section 40. Thank you.
Yeah, just section 40. Yep.
All right, while they're working on that, well, that was fast. Okay, we've split that. Still open for questions on everything other than bikes now. You're good? Okay.
So currently then, can I ask a question?
Yeah, sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
So currently then so if I'm on a roller skates or inline skates and I'm tooling down the river valley, I don't have to be wearing a helmet if I'm over the age of 18?
Over the age of 12.
Over the age of 12?
Correct. So I'm trying to think of you tootling.
Well, I waddle when I run, so tootle when I inline.
That's correct. So you don't have to wear a helmet. Did we get any information on what other municipalities do? I don't remember reading that. For the inline skaters and stuff. That wasn't in there, was it?
I believe it said that there was no other municipalities that actually had this.
It says we're not aware of any other.
Okay.
Excuse me, not aware of.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
I mean, it just goes, how would you enforce this?
Yeah. Any more questions on this? All right, I see no more questions. Councillor Killick, I'm going to open it up for your opening arguments.
Thank you. I was very surprised to see that we had this incongruence between saying we needed helmets over the age of 18 provincially, but inline skates, roller skates, and in particular, non-motorized scooter, going down any hill on any of our sidewalks, they could probably go well over 15 kilometers an hour. They have much smaller wheels on them, so a higher probability of potentially having an accident. And even skateboards, you have far less control on a skateboard going down a sidewalk than you would on a motorized rental scooter. And I was just shocked that it was only age 12. So again, trying to align it to age 18, but kind of maybe moot point at this stage, but and also non-motorized scooters have a very if I would call it rudimentary brake. You can basically push on a piece of metal on the back wheel to slow you down. So there's just a whole lot of inline skates. It's very tricky to brake on an inline skate if you're going down a hill. There's just far more risk of potential accidents on using some of these things, either for a number of reasons. So my objective here was, when I saw that it was currently set at age 12, was to increase that up to age 18, again, with the thoughts of aligning it around other things as well, but also the same arguments of making a safe community. This would apply.
Thank you. Councillor Jolly, you have your hand up.
Thank you. I am just very supportive of this motion. Thank you for noticing this kind of strange discrepancy. As a parent of a, almost 14, almost 12 and almost 11-year-old kid, their prefrontal cortexes are not developed to the point where they should be not wearing a helmet on rollerblades. Also from personal experience, about 25 years ago, I was in St. Albert's River Valley, and I was one of the first people to respond to a young woman who was rollerblading while wearing a helmet and a bikini, and she fell. And, even with wearing a helmet, she went to hospital, obviously. She was just, her skin was impacted so much by the gravel on the trails. Thankfully, her head was protected, and certainly anything we can do to encourage people to be safe on our trails, I'm supportive of. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mackay.
I just thought of a question.
Nope, we're done. Go ahead. If it helps you with your decision.
Does our
Yep.
does our skateboard park right now mandate helmets? So now
I would
by
say
doing
no.
this, all of our skateboarders will have to wear a helmet in the skateboard park?
I would say that's the correct answer. Yeah.
Yes, that's correct. Over or under 18.
Under 18. I know there's there's a lot of users of that facility that are over 18, but I guess this just, now you've got potentially 300 kids in there. I mean, not wearing helmets. I mean, it's an enforcement nightmare. I don't know, Aaron, go ahead. Sorry, Madam Mayor, can I?
No, go ahead.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I think the key on this one will be the definition of highway. So this section talks about wearing a helmet on a highway. The definition of highway, I don't think from an enforcement perspective, we have really transitioned that to the skate park because it doesn't form part of a highway. I think what would be good is to understand council's intention that if this motion is passed, to be very clear that you want it to apply to a skate park or you don't want it to apply to a skate park would be good, so that we can make sure that when the traffic bylaw does come back to council, we can either include it into that definition or not include it.
I mean, I would find from watching the skateboarders and in the skateboard park, I would find that activity a lot more dangerous than just tootling down the river valley, and needing a helmet. If I can get into debate right now, I can't support this for all the same arguments that I spoke about with helmets. Like Dr. Lewis Francis Cuddy, who
You can't.
I think it should be everybody has to wear a helmet no matter on this one.
Well, this
I
is
don't
a
think
good
we
step to get the 18 and unders.
well, that's one step,
Yeah.
but I just the antidote that Councillor Jolly just mentioned, she was wearing a helmet. My arguments for wearing helmets don't stop at the age of 18, no matter what your sport is. I was saying Dr. Lewis Francis Cuddy, who has done his whole entire career. You don't have to have speed necessarily. You just need a fall. on your noggin.
Okay, Councillor
So,
Kai.
I mean, what I'm gonna do is I can make an amendment, put forward an amendment to remove under the age of 18.
You could do that.
I'm gonna,
Is
I
that a
just did, so
friendly?
I'm,
I'm going to guess it's not a friendly.
I'm sure it's not. I'm positive it's not a friendly, but I'm just saying is, I mean, it's a good catch. I didn't even know it was even in the traffic bylaw, but I mean, I'm just saying that my amendment would be just to remove under the age of 18, so that basically men require inline skaters, roller skaters, skateboarders, non-motorized scooter riders to wear helmets, regardless of age.
Okay.
Whether it passes or not. I mean, that's
Yeah.
That's.
Okay, do we got that amendment? Okay, so we're gonna have a debate on just the amending motion, which
Yeah.
is to require this for all ages.
Madam Mayor, do I have to accept that as friendly or is?
No,
No,
we're
no,
debating,
no.
but you've already said it's not a
I
friendly,
was
so,
assuming that you don't have to accept anything. that's
okay, so
We're still friends, but it wouldn't be a friendly.
I feel like Councillor Mackay, you done your opening arguments on this amendment?
Yeah, no,
You
I
have anything else to
mean, I
add?
don't have anything else. I'm just trying to maintain consistency in relation
Yeah.
to the whole idea around the whole purposes of helmets, and they prevent serious injury and or death. And I mean, like I said in my comments and my questioning, I didn't even know this wasn't existed because I would be unenforceable, but that type of activity, a safety requirement should be helmets. I mean, certainly you wear elbow pads and you wear knee pads because of and other protective, but helmets, for the exact same reasons I made in the first argument, are essential piece of equipment when operating something like that. I wouldn't want my 5-year-old neighbor's kid out on a scooter without a helmet, on non-motorized scooter, so.
All right, anyone else on debate?
Could I ask as a clarification, again, you brought up the skate park. Would that be included?
We have
Or
to
would
give
we have to-
direction on that separately. Yeah,
And that could even be a city policy.
but that's not, yeah, we don't know yet. Okay. But good question. Anything on this, Councillor Killick? Because you didn't take it as a friendly.
Yeah, I would have preferred to have had it stay under the age of 18. But I believe Councillor Mackay is putting forward this for all ages on all kinds of things. So my point of reference still is to make it mandatory for under the age of 18 and not impose rules over the age of 18. I think people can make, again, an educated decision on the use of whether they're rollerblading or skateboarding or whatever. So I would not be supportive of making this across the board at age or above age 18. So.
All right, anyone else on debate? Seeing none, Councillor Mackay to close?
I don't have anything else to close. I think everybody understands my intent. I'm just trying to maintain consistent with my backgrounds and training and my knowledge.
All right, call for the vote. You're waiting for me, aren't you? I could go. Oh. I was a yes. Oh, yeah, I was having a hard time with that one. Yeah. No. No, yeah. So that one passes with Councillor Bermansky and Councillor Killick opposed. Okay, back to the main motion, Councillor Killick. Helmets on anything other than bikes and e-scooters. That's really what we're debating right now.
So this is the traffic bylaw section 41 for bicycles.
40, it's at 40. We're back to the main
Oh,
motion. That was just an amending motion.
Yeah,
So we're back to the motion on everything other than the e-scooters and bikes. Yeah, we'll get that. We'll get to that. And I'm giving you your opening comments now on this motion as amended.
yeah, I'm not going to support this for the reason previously stated, that my intention was to keep it under age
Yep.
18, but so
That's your right. Anyone else in debate? All right, I'm calling for the vote. Voting's closed. Passes with Councilor Mansky and Killick opposed. And finally, we need to have a conversation about whether you want to amend section 41 to remove the requirement for adults riding bikes to wear helmets, essentially.
yep, I'd like
Are
to,
you going to go forward with that?
yep.
Okay. Okay.
We're here now. I think it's worthwhile
I'll
to
get
have.
you to- I'll get you to read it in. So I believe it says that the traffic bylaw section 41 be amended to require bicycle riders under the age 18 to wear helmets.
Right, perfect.
All right. I'll pretend you read that. Questions? I saw Councillor Jolly's hand up. No, it was down, up, down. Go ahead.
I was just asking Councillor Killick if he'd consider withdrawing this, since like we've
kinda
already
gave him the option.
completed this. Okay.
I appreciate the ask, Councillor Jolly, I really do. But I think it's worthwhile to have
A recorded vote.
a recorded vote and discussion on it. Thank you.
Okay, I've accepted the motion. I see no questions. I feel like the debate was kind of covered under the e-scooters, but go ahead.
So I think, again, I'll keep it short, to align with provincial regulation on wearing a bicycle helmet, align with our neighboring communities, to align with our kind of freedom of choice to have adults that can make other very informed decisions. They can make it as a determination whether they want to wear a helmet or not. Like I said, they can make decisions to vote for our government. They can make decisions to join the RCMP or join the police force in our city. And now that I'm thinking about it, they can actually run at age 18. They can make the decision to run for city council. And they actually have the ability to sit in one of these seats and make very, very, very complex decisions for our community. And yet we're going to tell them that we're going to override that and tell them that they have to wear a helmet. Doesn't seem congruent to me. So that was why I brought this forward, and align with other and align with provincial regulation around helmet use under the age of 18. So I'll leave it at that, because we have debated similar things when it came to the e-scooter part, but I just really did think of they could be sitting in this seat and we would trust them to make very, very, very complex decisions. And yet by passing this and saying over the age of 18, we don't trust them to make a decision whether they should wear a helmet or not.
Okay, Councillor Hughes?
Yes, so I'm just gonna guess what the vote's gonna be. And so to the public, what I would love to know, we made a couple of dramatic changes this afternoon that I don't think anybody was anticipating. This is not being finalized until May 16th. So if the public does want to share their opinions and have us change our mind, this is the opportunity of a month for them to give us their feedback on that. So this is not a bylaw. This is a recommendation to put the bylaw forward, and we can always make changes at the time of as well. So I just wanted to understand for the public, this has not been decided. It's been decided what we're going to move forward with the legal document. And if there is a lot of public concern, that's what we're here to do, is to hear it one way or the other. So whether they support our decision this afternoon or they don't, we have a month to hear back from them before we actually put this into law. That's it. Thank you.
That's a good point. Anyone else on debate? Councillor Killick to close?
Nothing further. I think
Call
we've
for the
had
vote?
a good
Yeah.
discussion.
Oh, me too.
Oh.
Did it again. I'm a no. Redo the vote again.
We're
I did it again. I think this just goes to the quality of the recommendations. I always vote with what administration. Yes, yes. I'm a no.
when are we on?
Can you just, you want to do it again so we have it recorded? Okay. Sorry about that, guys. That was me. Was it you? Okay. Wow, thank you. Yeah, exactly. Voting's. Councillor Hughes. Okay. Voting's closed. Okay, that motion fails with Councillor Bermansky and Councillor Killick opposed, or in favor, sorry. We are at the end of our kind of the main agenda. I know there's at least one information request and I noticed a motion in my inbox. So I'll go to you, Councillor Killick. You had one this afternoon on the lights. Want to read that in? The notice of motion?
I have two, one that was slightly changed, but first one pretty straightforward. The mayor write a letter to TELUS requesting they reconsider the recent notification that the pure fiber expansion is on hold for 2023 and requesting that TELUS honor their original commitment to expanding TELUS pure fiber to all residents of St. Albert as originally expressed by TELUS during the launch announcement in April 2019 and subsequent presentation to council on June 2022.
Awesome. I thought you'd read that one. I apologize. And then the other one about the lights?
I've just got to. Having trouble bringing it up here. Apologies. That administration on behalf of council deliver a growth capital charter for consideration as part of the 2024 budget process. The capital charter should include the cost for installation of approximately 300 feet of recognition, programmable, color changing, commercial grade LED lighting along the top edge of the balcony outside of council chambers as outlined in IR 2302, with the intent that this work be added to the scope SAP Lifecycle Upgrades RMR project to gain efficiencies of time and cost with other work in 2024.
All right, thank you for that. And Councillor Jolly, you just put in an IR. Go ahead.
I've got the IR and I've got two motions as well. Thank you to Cheryl for reminding me. The first is that a business case to provide members of council with individual office space and a budget for an executive assistant for the council term commencing October 2025 be prepared and presented to committee of the whole by October of 2024. And then the second one, that effective July 1st, 2023, that per diems are provided for duties as deputy mayor, that per diems are provided to members of council, excluding the mayor, for attendance at FCM, Alberta municipalities, conferences, council appointed committees, and formal meetings between council and stakeholder groups to a maximum of $12,000 per year. which is a maximum increased in step with council base salaries, and that per diems match Alberta municipalities per diems for board directors. And then the IR is what are the risks of removing the requirement for third-party certification in our sustainable buildings policy, and are voluntary third-party certifications required through any other policies? And I just want to throw out that if that is already coming back to us, I'm happy for that to be the answer, saying it's coming back in, you know, Q1 2024 or whatever it is.
When the policy comes back to us, maybe in the fall. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that the case? Will the risk of not using a third party be part of the policy, or do you want it as a separate IR?
I would recommend keeping it as a
Keeping-
separate IR at this point in time, because I don't know enough
Okay,
to answer
yeah.
that, but we haven't done the analysis.
And as Councillor Jolly says, if you want to respond to her IR with wait to the fall, she's fine with that. Did I miss anyone that you got? Do you have a new one? Go ahead.
Okay, so I don't know if we want to read it in again. So we've done it twice, but I didn't read it at a council meeting, Cheryl. So is that still okay that we read it at a committee meeting and a?
That's correct.
All right, so the Millennium Park motion, just consider that read.
Oh, okay.
But the other one is a budget information request to please provide a low, medium, and high scope option to upgrade the Douglas Cardinal Boardroom and or council chambers to improve the broadcasting of council and SCOW meetings and the benefits and limitations of each option. That's it. Thank you.
All right. Did I miss anything? Okay, now I need a motion to go on camera. Mr. Fletcher said he doesn't have a lot. Is it worth going in? Couple things. Okay, I need a motion to go on camera. Councillor Killick, go ahead. Oh, Sheena. Sheena was first. Go ahead, Councillor.
They go on camera for section 24A, I believe on, is it right? 24(1)A of FOIP.
Call for the vote. This is a yes for me. Motion passes unanimously. I'll see you in chambers. There will be nothing coming out of here publicly, so if you want to pass over the post, I'll take it.